Branch Chief of Concept in Probability Capabilities, Ms. Eleonora de Martin,
Morning.
Working in the field of experimentation of the KIC branch, and me, Kathleen Korat, the academic advisor of the CSU.
So as you can see, we have a full day ahead of us. So we start right now with some opening remarks from the OPR of this event, Lieutenant Colonel Peter Schiefer. And we are gonna move on throughout the day with a lot of presentations, engaging discussions, as well as with the opportunity to connect with like-minded people throughout the days and especially tonight. We will have a panel discussion to kick things off that will bring together different experts and will set the tone for the day. And this discussion will tackle one very important question for us. So this question would be, why is it so vital for both the military and academia to collaborate? And I think this is the reason that we're also here today. And we have a fantastic group of experts lined up that will explore this topic in depth. And after the panel discussion, and we are going to have a lunch break, which is not hosted, but it's going to happen here in the facility. It's outside of the building, but we will guide you to the place in which you can have some food. And after 1 hour, we will come back here and we'll kick things off with our first pillar for the day, which is AI and new technology. In this session, we will look at the latest advancements when it comes to new technologies and explore the opportunities that AI gives. Not only opportunities, maybe also the challenges. And after that, we will have a coffee break in this room. The coffee will be served there. And after the coffee break, we will have our next session, the academic presentations on wargaming, in which we will have different experts showcasing their work with different wargamings, also some of them introducing some new technologies or maps. And of course, we will conclude the day with a nice social event, the Icebreaker, which will also take place here in the facility, close to this building, where you will also have lunch. And there you will have the possibility of keep networking, keep talking with each other. And of course, this is just the start, because we're going to welcome you all again tomorrow for another session. And I'm really excited about having you here and seeing all the connections that will be created and shaped in these days. So back to you.
Back to Peter.
Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. First of all, a very warm welcome also on the behalf of our. He's not here today because he's on a duty trip. Doing the strategic foresight workshop in Iceland. Strategic foresight workshop, I would like to grab that topic and would like to talk a little bit about that while explaining the CIMIC Center of Excellence also to you. But first of all, I'm Peter. You heard Lieutenant Colonel and Peter Schiefer, all good. I'm Peter for today. I welcome you, not only here, but also online, to, as we heard, the first iteration of acaCIMICs. It's much bigger than an event. We heard that. So the expectation management is done for you and for us also. I would like to thank Kathleen, our academic advisor, Eleonora de Martin, our contractor, but also the team behind the curtains. So Ines, Sonia, Matthias, Christian, and Chris, for the preparation and also for the execution of that workshop. The idea of acaCIMICs, I think, started very early last year, maybe close to the annual CIMIC Foresight Conference last year. At the end, it was the first time I saw that acaCIMICs. I mean, maybe it was earlier, maybe 2 years ago, something like that. And that was the idea of our academic advisor. The CIMIC Center of Excellence is an international military organization. Why do we need an academic advisor to give advice, an academic advice? Because we are an international military organization. And this is one topic what we would like to discuss also today in the panel discussion, how to bridge the academic world to the military world and the other way around. How we do that, you can see here in the room. We have an academic advisor. This is the first step. But we have to fill that with life. acaCIMICs is to fill that with life. It's not only a tryout. It's not only the event. It's the starting point for us. to see how we can bridge the academic world to the military and our world to the academic. This is what we like to do together with you. It's not a one-man show or one-woman show or the CCOE show. It's our combined effort. We are 1 out of 30 centers of excellence in NATO. The centers of excellence are not part of NATO, but we are still working for NATO. And we are sponsored by nations. This is important to know because that gives us freedom. Freedom to work, sometimes without boundaries. That gives us also freedom in time. So I don't have to deliver to shape something close to business today. So I can take my time. And it gives us also the freedom of cooperation to include different perspectives, to include academic partners, international partners into our work. I heard yesterday a very good quote. Everything is possible, the budget is the limit. That's fantastic. That's how we do our work in the CIMIC Center of Excellence. As I said, we are 1 out of 30. We have different expertises in NATO. Civil military cooperation is one of them. But we have other expertise also, like underwater security, climate change, space, cyber, land domain warfare, all that stuff. And we have in NATO the exclusive opportunity to have a center of excellence on every expertise what we need. The big importance of the center of excellence is that we can do the work the NATO command structure, the NATO force structure is not able to do because of time constraints. They are over busy with planning. They are over busy with developing of regional plans, strategic plans. They are over busy with the current challenges, what we are facing. And I don't have to speak about the current challenges here in the group. You are aware of that. I don't speak about Russia. I don't speak about China. Don't speak about terrorist groups. Don't speak about migration, climate change, all that stuff. Sometimes when you read a newspaper, you can get the feeling that everyone is looking to the east. But that's not true. NATO is looking to every direction in the world. We have to do that. So that keeps NATO busy. And therefore we have the centers of excellence to do the transformation from yesterday to tomorrow, to work on the development of doctrines, of standardization, policies, to have the opportunity to train military leaders and experts, subject matter experts, on the different topics, and to do lessons learned with regard to the current challenges what we have. This is the content of the CIMIC Center of Excellence. It goes beyond a pure training facility. It's more than that. It's a think tank. It's a combination of different SMEs on one topic to deliver products to the nations, to the alliance. That's what we do. And I can promise you, I like my job. That's quite nice. Because you are in the driving seat to develop civil-military cooperation for NATO. Together with the nations, together with your partners, together with an excellent team, to bring things forward. Not to make CIMIC great again, but to bring things forward. Civil-military cooperation is vital to the alliance. Sometimes people think, okay, civil-military cooperation is to have or to do liaison to someone, to speak to someone, to interact with guys, but it's more than that. CIMIC goes beyond liaison. CIMIC set the precondition to understand non-military actors. And non-military actors, this is quite a broad audience. It's not only the academic part. It's the private sector, industry, humanitarian actors, international organizations, non-governmental organizations, and so on. And by the way, the civil population, but also governments. Now, when we speak about deterrence and defense, we have to speak about governments. We have to speak about national responsibilities. We have to speak about resilience, civil preparedness. All these things, they are important. And the precondition to enable military forces to move from the west to the east is enablement of a civil society, enablement of critical infrastructure, all these things. And to achieve that, you need civil-military cooperation. As easy as that. Civil-military cooperation, when you put that in a nutshell, is understanding plus interaction. And at the end of the day, you can do civil-military cooperation. Of course, it's more than that. But one part of that is that what we do here. To gain the understanding of our partners. To explain what we are doing, but also to try to understand what you are doing. And to bridge this word, this perspective to the other perspective. What we might like to do. We are here more than 50 people in the CIMIC Center of Excellence. And as said, we have different subject matter experts. We have courses, course directors. We have, of course, people, they have knowledge about the human security pillars, cross-cutting topics. I have an expert in my branch on resilience, civil preparedness. We have guys who can wake them up at 3 o'clock at night and they can tell you what is in the doctrine on page 57. Also, yeah, but we need these guys. Yeah. We have a gentleman, they are responsible for the whole NATO CIMIC analysis and assessment concept. Also for the courses, for these things. And as I said, this combination of people, this combination of expertise is quite nice to have. Good morning. Well, we are located here in The Hague, or I would say in the middle of the nice city of Delft in The Hague. I'm not sure if we are more in The Hague or more in Delft. But it's a nice place and it's a very important place. You cannot locate a center of excellence somewhere in the forest. Makes no sense. You have to be there where the other partners are. And it's quite nice to be here in The Hague because we have a lot of partners. Our academic network, it's quite big. Not only located nearby here, but also nearby here, Leiden University, for example. But we have also partners in Germany, with the OTH Regensburg, for example. But we have also partners in Canada. We are still developing the partnership to South Africa and all these things. And we need that. And today we would like to talk about why we need it, but not yet, later, in the panel discussion. And I'm totally excited and I'm totally pleased to see very promising presentations today and also tomorrow. And I like these topics because that's our future, NATO's future also. So thank you very much for being here. I hope you will have a good time and I hope we can entertain you a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
So that was a good scene setter, but we would like to introduce tonight to our next and first step. So as we all know, collaboration between military and academia has never been more critical, as Peter already addressed it. Whether in the realm of new technology, strategic decision-making, or understanding complex global challenges, the intersection of these two worlds play a pivotal role in shaping effective solutions. Today, we have a fantastic opportunity to hear from our distinguished group of experts who will help us explore this very topic. Our panel discussion will be tackling a question that's at the heart of NATO's comprehensive approach. How actually do we bridge gap between military and academia, and why is this collaboration a strategic imperative? We are very fortunate to have insights from both military professionals and academic leaders who bring unique perspectives on how this partnership can drive innovation, enhance operational effectiveness, and ultimately contribute to global security. In that sense, well, it is a pleasure to me to introduce our panelists now. One of our panelists couldn't make it today, or unless not yet, so maybe she will join us later. Not to miss her out, this is Lieutenant Colonel Claudia Ernstson, who brings a wealth of expertise from both academia and the defense sector. There she is. Come on in time.
Hello.
I was about to introduce you. Don't worry. An event full of happenings.
Yeah. Thank you for making it.
Okay, so Claudia, it's a pleasure to introduce you.
Yeah, well, short timing, right?
Yeah. It's all right, I'm happy you made it. So Claudia brings a wealth of expertise from both academia and the defense sector. As a professional at Leiden University and the Netherlands Defense Academy, Claudia plays a key role in bridging academic research with real-world defense applications. Her insights and experiences in this field make her a valuable contributor to today's discussion. Claudia, would you like to take a seat on the stage?
This first.
Okay, thank you.
I will
And
reveal it.
measures. Yes. Yeah. I bring a bit of technology, but also traditional style.
So we need a solution. If someone has something.
Yeah. So it's my pleasure also to introduce you to our next panelist, Professor Markus Brzezinski, a professor of international politics and social science from OTH Regensburg in Germany, one of our long-standing partners. With a distinguished career spanning academia, defense, and international cooperation, Professor Brzezinski offers a unique perspective on political science, security policy, and human factors in conflict. He has held key roles at OTH Regensburg, including research professor, Senate member, and international coordinator. Recognized with several honors, including the acaCIMICs COE Institutional Award of Excellence, his work bridges theory and practice, making him a vital voice in civil-military cooperation and strategic foresight. It's a pleasure to have you here again. You can take a seat. Thank you.
Furthermore, it is an honor to introduce Lieutenant Colonel Matthew Mogensen from the US Army, currently serving at the Science and Technology Organization's Collaboration Support Office in France. As the executive of the System Analysis and Studies Panel, he plays a pivotal role in advancing collaborative research and technological innovation in defense. With his extensive expertise in systems analysis and strategic development, we are very privileged to have him share his insights today. Matthew, please be so kind. Fine to see.
And last but not least, again, I would like to introduce Lieutenant Colonel Peter Schiffer, who joins us today not only as the moderator, but as a representative of the CTO in general in this panel. As an active duty acaCIMIC and general staff officer, he brings extensive expertise in civil-military cooperation at both tactical and operational levels. Throughout his career, he has held key acaCIMIC positions within NATO acaCIMIC COE, German Operations Command, and the Multinational acaCIMIC Command, contributing to strategic coordination and operational effectiveness in complex environments. Again, to the stage.
I'm moving. So thank you all for being here. It's clear that each of you brings a wealth of experience and insights to this discussion today. So now let's dive into our first topic, which is the strategic value of military academic collaboration. Very generic. But we have to start somewhere. So while military operations are traditionally rooted in applied strategy and rapid decision-making, academia thrives on deep research, theoretical exploration, and critical analysis. So the question is, how can we effectively bridge these two approaches to create a more comprehensive and impactful security strategy? Claudia, would you like to take that?
Yes, of course. Well, thank you for inviting me first. I think that what NATO is doing right now is a first step. I'm working on a regular basis with the NATO Center of Excellence on Stability Policing, and they are conducting several researches with academics from all over the world, but also with other centers of excellence. And what we do is using the scientific concepts for explaining effectiveness in military missions. And I think that's the first step. And also, like we are here now and talking about it, because I do think when we look at the military lessons learned, they're pragmatic. They're from the boots on the ground. We translate that into more or less new TTPs, new standards, new SOPs, SOIs, and so on, and so forth, and et cetera, et cetera. And by using the academic research and the academic theories, you can create understanding of what's happening on the ground, and you create understanding of why people are reacting in operational environments.
are there some specific examples you might explain on? Like, now I hear you or the military side kind of uses academics. So first, I'm interested in how that could look like in particular, and is actually the other way around too, because that is not a one-way road.
Well, at the moment, it's a bumpy road for both sides. Yeah, one of the things we're doing right now is looking into hybrid warfare and hybrid threats, which is obviously something rooted in our society nowadays. Police studies are actually exploring it, but also when you talk about civilian resilience and those kind of things, we are actually looking into what can a concept like stability policing do in mitigating the influence of state and non-state actors. On the other side, which happens when we work together with the other universities and also with University of Leiden, where I'm also working at, we can use the insights from the people who are actually experiencing it to explain what's going on. So I think there's something developing right now, and we need each other because the world is too complex and too insecure to actually comprehend it within our own field of knowledge.
Would some of the other contributors add to that something?
Yeah, I would like to take that. I think it's not a one-way road, and that's very important to underline, because the academic world has some advantages what we don't have in the military world. They have the opportunity and the capabilities to do long-term research, for example. They can evolve and also develop our contribution, and maybe also to make use of AI, for example. And this is something what the academic world can provide to the military world. But what the military world can provide to the academic world, for example, is also that we have a real world experience. We have that lessons learned out of the missions, for example. We have lessons learned from conflicts. And you can use that also to validate maybe your theory then on the academic side. So I think that's a very good approach to see not only a one way, but the both ways, or to underline how important this cooperation is.
Yes, and on the other side, if I may, when you look into personal logistics, like the military GSJ1, a lot of theories from the academics are actually used for how do you say that? Sorry, I don't know the word in English.
Say it in Dutch.
Werving.
Oh, no.
Is there an academic in the room who can help us out?
Werven.
Maybe
acquisition. Yes, perfect. Thank you. For the acquisition of new military personnel. So what's this generation? When you look at, for instance, at the Dutch commercials, who have won several prizes, there is used from communication strategists, but also the HR personnel people who are really trying to grasp the way the current generations are thinking for the acquisition of people. And that's a more basic approach as well, but it's something that's been done as well. So you have to support each other. And as you said, what we learn on the ground can be translated or maybe explain theoretical frameworks, academic frameworks.
Mm-hmm. That sounds very interesting. I mean, I introduced you being part of the Netherlands Defence Academy and Leiden University because I know you're doing your PhD.
Yes.
So you're living actually the sense of bridging military and academia as you are at the military rank as well. So could you maybe elaborate out of interest on your personal role in both academies to give an example on how that could look like?
Yeah. When in the Dutch Defence Academy, not all of our, so I'm doing my PhD right now, and that's because we think our cadets need to learn from academically educated people, but also experienced people what's happening, so they can explain and tell what's going on, what is happening. And they need the academics as well for the grander theories, for the grander academic insights. So that's more or less my role within the Defense Academy. It's called by my professor a academic. And when we look at Leiden University, I'm actually the expert on military policing, stability policing, and bridging those concepts to community-oriented policing, intelligence-led policing, those kind of real police concepts which we use as well.
So you're a brilliant connector between those two words on both sides.
In theory, yes. To have my job review back, so.
Well, great, thank you.
So I want to touch on one thing that you mentioned about like that the street between collaboration between academia and military is a bit hampered. And I would like to go to Professor Brzezinski because I think he has already some experience working with the militaries. And maybe, yeah, that the collaboration, it's always fruitful, but it can be challenging sometimes. So I would like you maybe to elaborate a bit on these challenges, on these barriers that can present when you work with military, being a professor, and maybe thinking about the classification issues. This is something that comes to my mind because I'm also having some challenges with that. Or, for instance, different priorities, different bureaucracy settings, all these kind of elements that could make cooperation a bit more difficult. Maybe with some concrete examples based on your experience.
Yeah, thank you very much, first of all, for this invitation and for this question. It's a wonderful question because it gives us the opportunity to talk about, let's say, both worlds that actually are one world, right? So when we talk about the academic world or the military world, first of all, what we see is that each of those worlds concentrate very much on products first. So what is the product of a university, academia? Graduations, right? We have our projects as good students, right? We try to educate them. Also papers, we need to produce papers, right? So we need to publish. This is our product. The military world also needs to produce products, so effective deterrence and hopefully quick victory in the case of the case, right? And this is what they're concentrating on that one. And that also creates specific, let's say, attitudes for both worlds. And sometimes this is really a little bit difficult to bridge, first of all, because we don't see functions behind that one. So when it comes to products, sometimes even though the academia is long-term, but we are slow. And that's one of those challenges. Yes, when the military is asking for something, they would like to have the solution today. Yeah, where are the concepts? You get a call typically as a professor, hey, can you please give me some ideas, some bullets? Where is your presentation that I can quote? Do you have a nice slide that I can put in my conceptual draft and so on? And we say, wait a moment. First of all, we need a definition of the problem statement, and we talk 3 years about the methodology. Then we need to run through the ethic board and so on. So this is one of those challenges, definitely. So we need to understand both worlds. But let's get to the functions that both worlds have, and there we have a lot of shared things. So the military is either in training or in mission. On the academic world, we are either in lectures or in exam. So this is something that we have both together. But what is the function? We develop people. We develop people and we develop knowledge on both sides. That's what we do on both sides. Experiences, you maybe call this in the military side, we call this maybe knowledge or wisdom or insight. But it's the same thing that we do on the function-wise. What we need to differentiate then is, first of all, before I come to the classification issue, is what we are talking about. You know, in academia, we have a bandwidth of things that we need to consider, and therefore we have those faculties and scientific domains. So we can talk about humans, we can talk about organizations in the sense of social science, but we can also talk about technology. That's all the engineering stuff. And we know that the military and unfortunately conflict and war is a driver for innovation. So both worlds are more closely together than we maybe expect, first of all. Yes, so they're working together. And now we come to the classification issue, so to say. It's funny, to be honest. It's very funny because sometimes I would say we as universities have a higher demand on classification than the military as well, because I know more about persons. Yes. Yeah, I have seen now more than 3,000 students in my life. I have read 6,000 term papers. I have so much personal identifiable data points. So I have the bigger classification issue, right, than the other side, just playing this game with classification. But in the end, classification is not a big issue. It's a trust thing, definitely. That's the bigger issue. So in a sense, if you come to the military, that they, oh, okay, these are students and maybe they're provocative and maybe they tell everything and maybe they report this one to a newspaper and the next day read it in a blog and then I have a big problem. That's the thing. Because obviously, you know, what really needs to be classified. Okay, there are some things that need to be classified, but when it comes to open source, when it comes to insight and academic results that the military is using, there is no classification needed because it's in the end the application that makes the difference, not so to say the information or the knowledge in itself. So what you need for this issue definitely is you need mutual trust, and definitely you need to have clear memorandum of understanding, so a letter of intent, so that you clearly see where the boundaries is. And definitely you need to have a little bit sensitivity for this thing. That's overcoming. Yeah, but the biggest barrier maybe is really these kind of available resources in terms of time. Budget definitely also, we are also very limited in the academia world. We always have to ask those questions, right? Where do we get the money from? And we are slow. And maybe last comment on that one, it's also sometimes a little bit of pity for the academic world, and it's also a kind of requirement or even a statement that I would like to make is that we sometimes are overtaken by the consultancy business. You know, they hire those PhD candidates, the highly educated academia, and they sell those competence very costly to the military in the end. And sometimes they would ask, hey, why do you do that? Yeah, because he's classified and I know that I can trust him. But on the other hand, would say yes, you can get the same knowledge for way much less money, and you even foster the collaboration with an academic world. So that's something maybe we can think of as well.
Yeah, thank you. Great points. And also touching on solutions, not only the challenges, which give a positive attitude. Yeah. And now I would be interested also on the military side. We heard about the academia, what are the challenges and the barriers of working together, but maybe you have also an opinion being a military working with academia. Who would like to jump in?
Oh, certainly I'll take this one, or at least the first part. Thank you first of all, thank you for having me. My background is as a military officer. I was an aviation officer in the Army, and then I switched over to what's called the military academic side, where I pursued a PhD funded by the military, and then I taught at West Point in both the Department of Mathematical Sciences and the Department of Systems Engineering. I would say that the military provides the funding. So we generally have money and we're willing to spend, well, depending on the nations, but we're willing to spend a lot for something that we want. So one, there's sometimes a problem of aligning incentives and getting the research that, for example, the military focused research that the military has. So I'll give one concrete example in terms of AI and drone swarming, and what we see perhaps in the role of Ukraine. The Secretary of Defense of the United States just published a memo basically restructuring or ordering a future restructuring in the short term of the way we conduct things. So, all right, now we're getting rid of, and this is all public, we're getting rid of one Apache battalion per aviation brigade, and we're going to replace it with organic drone capabilities, because we see what's happening. We realize that maybe it's not worth spending our money now and having these manned capabilities that are very, very expensive, where now for a fraction of the cost, we can perhaps have a better and more effective capability. So I would say sometimes it's difficult to align or to get the academic research focused in the area that the military wants. And certainly there are some academic partners and certainly some companies that don't want to be involved in that, because they say, well, what's this going to be used for? And maybe we don't want to be involved in an AI that's going to determine whether to shoot a weapon. So there are certainly some ethical reasons why academia might not want to be involved in certain that. But I would say the military can incentivize with money, and certainly at the end of the day, but sometimes it's hard to align the incentive or the research that the military wants with what academia maybe is trying to pursue, responsible AI and things like that.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe it's also sometimes a challenge that relates to the mindset, you know,
Yeah.
and different goals at the end of the day. And I'm glad that you touched upon the ethical concerns sometimes the academia might have, especially with young professionals seeing the current situations around and, of course, being critical about it. Peter, do you also want to add something?
Yes, of course. Although we are living in the same world or in one world, we are living also in different cultures. Definitely, and that fits also with the mindset.
Yeah.
I think that sometimes the military side of the coin don't have a clue about that what the academic side of the coin is able to deliver, and sometimes it's also the other way around. So sometimes the other side don't know what we really request, what our requirements are, because of what? We're not talking to each other. So we are living in our bubbles, and we think, okay, that's the right way we go. And of course, and this is also where I agree, we make not sure that the other side understands what we want. So how to overcome that? That's the question.
Yeah.
The first thing is the understanding of each other. And this once again, it's not only a challenge for the academic and the military world, it's also a challenge for the military and the civilian world in total. When we talk about civil-military cooperation, we are talking about the understanding of non-military actors. We are talking about the understanding of civil factors in an environment. You can call it operating environment or something other, but in the environment, you have to understand, you have to learn, you have to talk. Maybe you have to do things together. Maybe you have to integrate the academics into the military and the other way around. I see a lot of examples, also here in the room, for example, where we have internships in the military. But what's the other way around? Do we have also military internships in the university? Is that thinkable or not? Are we using that? I know there are examples also in Germany that we do that. And we can also see examples here on the panel. But is that the normal thing? I don't think so.
No, it's quite new.
Yeah, it's new and unusual. And that leads to a misunderstanding of also in the military leadership about the academic world. That leads also to fear about the academics. So, and I think we have to overcome that by creating opportunities for both sides, not only to cooperate, but also to integrate to each other.
Marie, would you like to touch?
Yes, I do agree with you. It's rare that military are in academics. It does happen, but it's not a common thing. The other way around is also in the Netherlands evolving, but we're not the most welcoming party either, because we've got all our strict regulations on security and everything. So that's something as well. But I want to raise something else. It's also it all depends on the area we live in, because speaking pure as a military, I did see a paradigm shift from being accepted as a military into society as being kind of an outcast in society. You don't want to know what I've been named 15 years ago when I walked the street in my uniform, and what I'm almost praised when I walk in my street across the street in my uniform nowadays. There was a time that, especially now I'm speaking for the Netherlands, which is kind of leftish. The academic world is kind of leftish oriented, which is fine, which is liberal, which is a good thing. But there was no room for a kind of aggressive partner as the military was. For certain things, well, when we look at the peacekeeping and peace enforcement missions, there was room for military leadership, ethics, rule of law, humanitarian aid. But now you see that I feel, I don't say it's like that, but I feel there's more openness from the academic world for the military way of thinking and the military way of positioning in society.
Yeah.
If I may add something here, what we need to be, let's say, careful about is to talk about where is the role of the academia world and in this military world, so to say. And just giving you two examples. The first one is sometimes you have the opportunity to work in concept development, right? Because this is innovative, we have disruptive thinking and so on, and then you try to get the think tanks in and then the academia world and maybe innovations, and then you're looking for experts for specific topics. AI is a wonderful example right now, right? Because everybody is now, where are the AI experts? And what is the new hot thing in AI, and what can you deliver us, and so on and so on. This is the thing in the concept development. What in the academy, what you then need to tell to colleagues when they say, hey, I got a call from the military, can you help me out, and then how do we, where do I put this, and is it with ethical? So the ethical thing is maybe not the biggest challenge for colleagues. Then you need to explain to them, okay, if the military makes concept development, and I would rather turn it not in the sense of a leftish thinking, what they claim is that they are critical thinkers, right? And academia is critical thinking. So it sounds a little bit leftist, but if you have, first of all, counter arguments or make positions against something, that's very critical. And what I need to explain to my colleague is, okay, when someone calls you for concept development, please clarify expectation, make expectation management, and try to find out what is the hidden agenda. So what is the policy direction of this concept? Because this is what the academia is completely shocking in the end when they're seeing those. And then, you know, maybe you have some pictures in your head when you have concept developments or standard discussions, STANAG and whatever. Everybody throws in something and you've got to, oh my God, what's going on here? I don't know. So that's the one thing. So that's all sometimes is a little bit, how to say, frustrating for the academic world. And the other thing is in mission, sometimes you got the feeling for academic world, a mission is stuck. Nobody knows how to go on. Might be stabilization operations, or might be now hybrid warfare. So there's something out there. We do not answer. Hey, we have the academic world. Please help us out. So we throw a lot of data on you, and then now you give us a clue. And you say, okay, come on. So where does this data come from? What quality has this data? And you say, okay, so much flawed things, and you say, okay, if we want to go for that one, we need another quality of data. We need, I want to go in those missions. Oh, no, that's not what we're talking about. You get this package of things, and please deliver me something on that one. And that's also what not really works with academia, so to say. And that's also a thing that you need to explain to colleagues when the first time they get a call from somebody. Yeah.
And it also depends on the kind of academia you bring in.
Yeah.
When you bring in an anthropologist, he would be quite happy with such an amount of data and non-qualified, non-quantitative. But if you bring a social scientist like I am, you panic. So you have to look what kind of academic you use. I mean, you look at, that's why I think it really works in the technical field, because you know what you want, you know what you get, you speak the same language. And I don't think I speak the same language as the everyday academic, because we're in a different field. We have our different, I'm actually experiencing it right now. And sometimes like, why are you doing that? Why are you talking about that in that way? Can we just move on, please? And then the other way around, it's like, yeah, but what you said, we have to rethink it. We have to look at it. We have to see how we get to that point and how we get to that data. And it's also about speaking each other's language.
Yeah. So Peter, you're nodding. Do we want to add something?
No, I totally agree.
Oh, okay, you agree.
Especially with the same language, because that is sometimes the problem.
Yeah. Sometimes it's a good word. So what I get from that is awareness, expectation management, and trust are three keywords that needs to be kind of arranged between our two words in one word. So taking that, Matthew, you coming from STO.
Yes.
Is there maybe some kind of strategic, concrete solution to, how do I put it?
I get the easy question.
You get easy.
Go ahead, strategic
Okay,
concrete
good.
solution.
Okay.
You can call it academic if it sounds
Yes.
So from your perspective, what kind of mechanisms can we put in place to foster this consistent dialogue and ensure that both sectors benefit from each other's expertise? Having those three words in mind.
So I'll address that. Can I just touch on the perhaps my last answer? So there's one there's one domain that came to mind where, and that's the medical field, where the incentives are purely aligned between, and it's to save lives. So between the military and the civilian field, and there have been tremendous advancements because of civil military cooperation in that field. So in some fields they're aligned, in others they're less aligned. And I just wanted to caveat my previous answer. Okay, so now on to strategic and concrete answers. So this will be a multi-part answer, I think. One, I think you have to have a robust, so within your nation, okay, we'll talk nationally, you need, I think you need think tanks, centers, federally funded research and development centers, which is what we have in the United States, which are civil military partnerships. So MITRE is one that comes to mind. And then you have private laboratories like Draper Laboratory in Massachusetts, Lincoln Labs as well. So I think you need, I think these play a vital role because you need to have some place where perhaps some of the more sensitive research due to classification can occur. And that might not be able to occur on a civilian campus, right? And the military, though we have several universities, the Air Force Institute of Technology, the Naval Postgraduate School, and the military academies, they're just not enough. And their primary mission is not necessarily publishing papers and advancing research. It's more of training the next generation of leaders. So I think you need to have the structure in place, and that's those types of laboratories are things that come to mind. And then I think you need, technology-wise, you need to have the systems in place for collaboration. So whether that's a sandbox where you can share data, data sharing agreements, and sometimes that's the hardest, right? The military will say, we need help with this problem. And you'll say, okay, well, can you give me the data? No, that's classified. Can you make some synthetic data? Well, okay, well, the results might not be the same. And unfortunately, we do see that a lot where, and especially from military officers such as us that are perhaps in school, we want to tackle a problem, but we're never going to get the data. So we have to generate our own data or we have to improvise, and that's just the nature of it. So I think data sharing agreements, we have to wrap our head around how do we make that more efficient, whether I said a secure sandbox or somewhere where you know there's not going to be spillage of the data and you know that those who have access have a need to know for that. And then another is, I think, dual career pathways, such as officers like myself, and you, and you, and you, perhaps, where you invest, where the military invests in those officers, sends them out to the academic world, and then they form those relationships with their professor, with other researchers, and then that strengthens the bonds between the academic world and the military world. And then certainly you can do it the other way around, although I think it's less frequent. You have maybe 50% of the professors at our military academies are civilians, and they bring in all of the perspective that we don't have. Mm-hmm. So from the greater academia. And I can hit on the STO, but maybe that's for later. I don't know. On the
With that,
Yeah, sure.
yeah,
say again.
you can mention.
Okay, so I talked about the national structures at first with the centers, but then you have the international perhaps structures encouraging international collaboration. The NATO Science and Technology Organization and certainly the COEs are all such a structure where my job in Paris is basically, we call it scientific diplomacy. So we encourage and support scientific and technical collaboration in specific research topic between nations, between partner nations or NATO nations and partner nations. And I'll get into it more during my presentation tomorrow, but we have a platform and we have systems in place, and we even have some limited funding to kickstart these types of research efforts. And I think that's very important.
You mentioned think tanks and research institutions in general.
Yes.
So let's say just a normal person, not in the military, maybe starting his or her academic career, wants to join those think tanks and wants to collaborate with the military because they have a great idea. What do you think? Is it easy to have access to the sources, to those think tanks, and also finally, on a strategic level, maybe also to join the STO as a single person?
So it's easy, I suppose, if you have the right contacts, right? And that depends on your network. Question in the back. So for example, a large think tank like RAND, they have internships, and I would encourage someone who, you know, in other nations probably have the same thing, to perhaps apply for an internship or collaborate as a third party. And if someone wants to join an SDO project, it depends on which nation you come from, whether it's simple, because every nation, every researcher must be appointed by their national representative to NATO, which for some nations like the United States is very convoluted in a long process, but other smaller nations, perhaps it's quick. But it starts out with reaching out to a central point of contact. So for us, for NATO collaborative research, I would be a great point of contact, and I would put you in touch with the right person.
Great, you heard that all. Save as contacts if you want to do some projects. Generally speaking, does the NATO SDO organization has basically a think tank? A general one, or are you a think tank?
We are not a think tank. We are an office that supports both the logistical, we support research projects from a proposal. We get it validated by the nations, so it gets approved to start. Then we support with GTC capability, money, travel arrangements. Sometimes we can put on symposiums, conferences, and at the end we support with the publication process.
Okay.
But the CSO, Collaboration Support Office, where I work, is not a think tank. Perhaps the Office of the Chief Scientist is more like a mini think tank, if you will, more so than us.
Great. Are there any other opinions on strategic measurements or movements, how to foster a mutual culture?
Yeah, it very much depends definitely on how the academia world is organized, based on the national also provisions, how universities are financed. And we see this right now when budgets and finance are withdrawn in some countries, that this has a major impact into it. Also when the specific research programs are financed, and that can really enable something. Nevertheless, what we see right now with the case here in Germany is where we have a very diverse organization of university, because it's more on the federal state levels, not so much national organized, and all also the funding is a little bit complicated. You create a lot of heterogeneity as well. And when it comes from a strategic point of view, right now we have a kind of a pivot, also a kind of a change in the mindset, saying, okay, now the universities are also asked to provide and support the idea of civil protection, civil defense, taking the terms of the ideas of security and safety a little bit more also in their concerns. And sometimes we even have legal provisions, or at least statements from parliament saying, okay, now we want you explicitly supporting the development and the innovation in military terms as well, and you should not take too much concern about ethical things and so on. But yes, that's also, so there's a strategic impetus on that. The thing is that academia, especially when you're on a university, we are really proud of our autonomy and independence, and that also gives a room of lot of different interests. So we are like nation states. Yes, we have our own selfish interests, so to some extent, and we are moving in not in an anarchic world, but in a very autonomous and independent world, and that makes things a little bit complicated to steer from a strategic point. So you can give those incentives, but it does not mean that it automatically comes to a good outcome and collaboration there. Maybe one last thing here. It's interesting to see that everything is also a little bit loaded with history. When we talk about the Anglo-Saxon area, the United States or the UK, they're way much more open to that one. If we come, for example, to Germany with the history and so on, we have a strict, let's say, delineation between social sciences, political science, and the military world. And therefore, you will find a lot of war study, think tanks, war study programs in Germany, but a lot of peace and conflict study programs. And so this is going to change, I would say. It's going to change. But nevertheless, this is these kind of underlying cultural, academic cultural backgrounds that you may also need to understand before you're waving and asking for, hey, who is really willing to cooperate with us?
So mutual culture means mutual understanding.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, when we look at the political level, I mean, we're talking about how can you bridge academics and military. But when we look at the political level, at least in the Netherlands, they aren't that aware of it either. Because as a Netherlands Defense Academy, we have money right now, but the normal academics are facing cutbacks right now. So that's
As you
bridge.
are, I say.
Yeah, well, it kind of differs, but it's not at the political level. It's not clear that the resilience of the people, the prosperity of your nation goes hand in hand with the defense of your nation. So that's something remarkable as well. So it's not only our level, but at a higher level, it's quite unknown as well.
And just if I may,
Yes.
that's maybe I'm an academia, so I can make a political statement. The good thing with academia, it's a buttress of a civil society as well. You know, when we talk about buttressing democracy, the academia world, if you like it or not, whether you always claim that they're leftist or whatever, we also have engineers that are a little bit more conservative. So I guess in the balance, we are a quite good average of the civil society. And it's one also of the missions of a university in academia world to enhance critical thinking is the best preposition for a good democratic society at all. So if you cut down universities, if you cut budgets, if you control them, then you do a harm to a democratic society.
Okay.
And in the terms of Germany, I would say, you know, people ask me, do you have a problem that we throw so much money into the military, you know, system and the procurement and armament and whatever? So I don't have a problem throwing a lot of money to the military when I have a sound and robust democracy in the back. Well, I have a problem is that I throw this money to the military and I weaken university academia by that one endangering the democratic civil society, having then an illiberal government on the hand with a military withdrawal of money. That's my problem.
Balance is key.
Totally agree.
Yes.
I would like to underline the role of the military academies a little bit, because they can be also a bridge between the two worlds, because there we have the opportunity to work on both sides. So we have of course, the objective or the product of a well-trained and educated professional soldier, with academic skills and capabilities. But on the other hand, we have also the product of a future warfighter, a future defender, and so on. So, and I don't think that we have the limitations on budget as we have it in the civil. So that may underline the role of military academies, but that means also that the military academy also aligns with the academic standards of the civilian world, and that is sometimes not the case. Sometimes a military academy is more an officer school to do some officer things, you know, and maybe we have to change that mindset also in order to underline this importance.
Totally agree.
And I think one of the strengths, we're a small military academy. We can't compare it to the US, but I think Germany, Netherlands are quite alike. All of our sections, all of our faculties are actually in one building. So if I have something on the human interest side and I need some input from the technical side, I just walk the hallway. So the strict delineation, which you described, isn't visible in our academy. So that's also something, that's a win situation. And one other thing we are doing in the Netherlands, all of our professors, well, the majority of our professors also have a dual position at a civilian university.
That is a great input, and I want to reassure the audience here in person and online that there is gonna be time and space for your questions. We already received some from the online audience, But first, to connect to what you mentioned about like development and getting ready for the future, I think that one of the commonalities between the military and the academia is this, that we want to innovate, we want to get ready, develop for the future. And I want to ask Peter, how does he think that the academia can contribute to the military advancements, and how should military institutions prepare for long-term academic collaboration?
I think, thanks for the question. I think the first step, once again, is the understanding about the capabilities of the academic world. Secondly, maybe to create that understanding, we should bring the people together in a very early stage. So what about that, to have a young officer cadet sitting in a not military academy only, but sitting also in a non-military university, call it like that, together with all the other students, to see how they work, to see how they are trained and educated, to understand and to learn it also. And also the other way around, to give civilian students the opportunity to see how the military world is trained or will be trained. Because then you set, I would say, the ground, the baseline for a common understanding. And it is the same when it comes to interdisciplinary work. So it's not only the academic world and the military world, it's also to grab the political level. And we have that, to take one example in Germany, we tried to bring guys from the foreign affairs education to the military academies. Not possible because of different culture, and something like that. So they don't want to be seen in the military academy. And that is a problem. It's a problem for the future, because then we don't have the understanding on the political level regarding that, what we are talking about here. So to do it interdisciplinary means also not only to be reflected in the academic world, in the military world, but also in the political world. And you can expand it with other examples, with the private sector. And we had good examples this week also when we started with the preparation for the acaCIMIC Foresight Conference, that we experienced that there's a lack of understanding also in the private sector when it comes to the military and when it comes to the academic world. And that's a problem. As we're facing a challenge, what we can see today and tomorrow, not only in 10 years. So the investment in young people, the investment in education and training, to bring the people together, this is, I would say, the first precondition. We have then in the second step, to come back to that, the second step, the understanding there is a long-term research, what might be slow from a military perspective, but it's needed. And we need critical thinking. But you have to understand that. And sometimes in the military, when you ask an academic partner for a research, you expect an outcome. But it might happen, or it may happen, that the outcome, what you expect, is not the outcome what you get. Because it's critical thinking, it's a comprehensive overview about a thing, it's a comprehensive research, and that takes time, of course. So it's too late, and it's not that what I expected. So that's the outcome then. And that might be in your head when you don't know to whom you're talking, when you don't understand who's in front of you. And that, once again, goes back to common training, to common understanding, and to an investment of young people, from my point of view.
Of course.
Just would like to add something very short on that one. It's not even what you not expected. The thing is that you need to understand that science means failing all the time. In 95% you're failing. So, and that's the most difficult thing. Yeah, that you don't get something that you may be expecting in the sense of that we completely fail with things. And even if we go deeply into test theory, maybe you get even wrong positive ones. And there's 5% of all cases. And there are a lot of definite people who have a lot of concerns when they look at them.
So thank you, Peter, for the input. And I think that CIMIC has a role also in this, in creating common understanding and in creating the platforms to start this common communication and projects for the future preparedness. And you want to add something?
Yes, of course, because that touches a little bit also my heart when we are talking about civil-military cooperation. People think that civil-military cooperation in the military, from a military point of view, is an activity what you can do somewhere. But civil-military cooperation maybe starts with a mindset. So because the need and requirement to cooperate with the civil environment, I mean, that's not unusual. That's not a secret or something like that. It's also not a surprise that we have to cooperate to each other. I mean, that's quite normal. But when you ask some ladies and gentlemen also inside the military, they think, okay, this is something what you can do abroad. And all the other things are, this is something what the military can do alone. So, and that's a problem. And of course, civil-military cooperation includes that what we are doing here today. It includes an academic network. It includes academic and military cooperation, but it goes beyond. It is the precondition for military success is to cooperate with the non-military actors. It isn't possible to win the war alone. It isn't possible. So we have to do that. We have to do that. And sometimes we, as the military, have to understand that it is the precondition. So we cannot kick someone out of the room because of classification. We cannot kick someone out of the room because of different cultures. Makes no sense to me. But to understand that, to learn that, takes time. Maybe we are also slow.
And you have to understand where the military is coming from as well. We're working with the NATO Center of Excellence for Stability Policing. Stability policing is an activity which you start with from the first day of an invasion. If you do an invasion, it's what you start with on the first day of peacetime engagements. A military commander thinks about winning the war. And winning the war is not engaging with people, not creating a safe and secure environment from the start for the people, not preventing organized crime and other non-state actors intervening at the civilian community. So, and that's, you have to speak that language as well. And you have to let those commanders know that if you want to win the war, there are a lot of other factors you have to count in because you will lose from the start.
Yeah, absolutely. Maslin, do you think it's time to open the floor?
Absolutely.
To
That's what I wanted
the
to
rest
say.
of the people in the room? We didn't forget about it. Conversations and discussions are very engaging and we could go on for hours. Luckily, we have 2 days, so there's going to be plenty of time to keep going. And should we start with the first question from the audience? And
Yes,
then I
go
can
back to online.
Online. Go ahead.
My name is Stef Stienstra. I have a question for Lieutenant Colonel
Claudia works.
Aston. I hope you are lecturing at university in uniform like your colleague Paul Duchesne does at university in Amsterdam.
I actually did yesterday.
Perfect. Because this recruits students, and those students will be twice a citizen. Because those students will bridging both the cultural and knowledge gap, academic gap, between the civilian and the military, because they continue probably, which you also see at the academics of the armed forces, they continue working for both military and civilian. And in case you need them, those reservists, because then at that moment they are reservists, they will help the military. And they know, they have been in the infantry. Even in the infantry, we have students doing mechatronics and are specialists in drones. They are helpful. And I missed this in the discussion. Why?
Well, I had to mention something else we're doing in the Netherlands as well. That's the Defensity College.
Correct.
I think that's what you were a bit aiming on.
Yes.
The Defensity College is actually a program in which we invite students to work as a reserve military 1 or 2 days a week and do projects within the military context. And that could be scientific projects, but it can also be more like an internship like situation. So that's how we do want to engage. And we also jumped into the leap year. A lot of students are enjoying right now, and invite them to spend that leap year with us before they choose what they want to do with their professional career. So that's also using academics, but all pre-academics to engage with us. So
And of course, they are going also in the mud. They have been doing infantry and real military things as well, so they know where they are talking
They
about.
are full-scale reservists, so they are actually, if they want to, with some extra training, of course, but they could be deployed. Yeah, I think that's a real good thing. And we also have a minor at Military Defense Academy, which is open for civilian students. And that's again not that easy because there are differences, but it works. We get like 3, 4 a year. And a few students of ours are going to do minors at civilian universities, but I also see within my own organization that we are reluctant to do that. I'm not sure why yet, but I do see that we're reluctant to do that. So, but it's evolving.
A mindset problem.
Sorry?
Like a mindset problem.
A
Mindset.
mindset problem. Yes, yes, and maybe something about maybe a bit losing control, I guess. Because and not control on the person, not control on the military, but losing control on the development of the students.
Hmm.
So not to control the mind, but to make them pass, actually.
And we had some similar question coming from the online audience. Thank you, Ines, for keeping the connection. But of course, for the people joining online, we can also hear you. So if you want to raise a hand and speak up, asking your question, that is also welcome. But I had a question that is actually related to the fact that reservists are quite important, and especially civil military cooperation would benefit largely from having reservist experiences. And the question was how big the group of academics actually is in reserve forces. I don't ask for that. I don't think the question asked for
I don't have numbers on
numbers,
that one.
no numbers at hand, but like just elaborating if you think like there is, yeah, roughly fair percentage of academics, or if that is just starting, as you mentioned, but in the future, you think it should expand even more?
Young academics, yes. I'm not sure. We do work a lot with reservists within the Dutch CMI command, so the Dutch Military Interaction Command. We do work a lot with them. A lot of them, they're all officers, so most of them have done an academic study, and I know a few of them. Actually, one is going to join us as a fellow. So she is an academic. She also works with the University of Groningen, and she is going to join us as a fellow. So that's, but it's not the most, it's not the baseline. I don't know numbers, really not, sorry.
No, but it's good to know that there is a start, that there are these kind of projects, and maybe in the future they will expand and grow even more. So thank you for the online question. Someone else?
Someone who wants to speak up?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Hello, my name is Agata Mazurkiewicz. I'm a civilian researcher from the Jagiellonian University in Kraków in Poland. And I have, well, it is more of a reflection based on this fascinating discussion. Thank you very much for it. Than a question, but I wonder if you could maybe also refer to it and reflect on that. I keep thinking about how these ideas, how we can strengthen the cooperation, civil military cooperation, civil military interactions also in academia. And I've had these conversations also at the International Symposium of Military Academies, that we try to figure out these ideas of kind of joint education for officers, right? Civilian, military, having civilians teaching or coming, officer cadets coming to universities and studying at the civilian universities. And I'm wondering, because basically what we see here is trying to maybe remedy a little bit the Huntingtonian separation of the state and the armed forces, right? So basically we have this removal of the armed forces from the society, right? And here, while we're talking about comprehensive approach to security and connecting civilian and military actors in order to together work towards security and stability and peace, we kind of also are removing this distance and trying to close it down. I was wondering, do you have any thoughts about that? Thank you.
Who wants to take this?
Yeah, I would say I absolutely agree on that one. Yeah, it's definitely needed. I see that there's already done to some extent, but in some areas not. So it always depends on the subject field of expertise or the study field, definitely, right? And it's quite obvious that in high-tech areas or innovative areas, we see that there's sometimes an overlap on that one and that there's a close cooperation to that one. In social sciences is maybe not so much the case. These kind of study fields where we have a little bit more qualitative methods on its way. Yeah, I would definitely agree on that one. So I have nothing to add on that.
Mhm. I think the reason for that is when it comes to technical things, that there is an operational need in the military where we work on that very close. Because when we are talking about all the different domains, we are talking also about the cyberspace. We are talking about the space domain, and we know that the military has no ownership in these domains, and the military also needs technical capabilities, needs skills, educated, trained people on that. And this is, of course, a way to go, how to cooperate with non-military actors, with the private sector companies, and also with the academia world. But that is only, I would say, a 10% of that what we have to do. And I agree on that point with the other disciplines, because sometimes if you only focus on these technical things, then you're on the wrong way. And when I see, for example, discussions within NATO, within the military about multi-domain operations, people only focusing on the technical thing, but no one is focusing how to synchronize all these different activities. How can we synchronize the military activities with the non-military activities to achieve our goals with that? We only think, okay, are we able to do cross-domain command? Are we able to integrate the different domains in our thinking? But that's not enough. So that is maybe also the reason why we only why the military sometimes only focusing on these technical things.
Yes, yeah.
I think a lot of the social science research, a lot of it would be useful also to focus on perhaps past conflicts and why things maybe didn't work out the way we intended them to. But then that becomes tricky, because if you have military academics, they have academic freedom, but then again, can they criticize the establishment, right? And so from a military academic perspective, you sort of walk a fine line because you have a career and things like that. So there's perhaps not as much a willingness to cooperate on examining past and having lessons learned. You know, I'm not going to make an objective statement, but 20 years in Afghanistan, maybe 10 years in Iraq, right? And so, but I think, yeah, it's a shame that there's not more research, or if there is, it's purely from the civilian side into why things maybe turned out the way they did, with a focus on improving for the future, right? With a focus on not repeating the mistakes of the past.
Yeah, I do, sorry. I do think there's a kind of a big gap over there, especially as a social scientist. When I look at, I'm looking at military police and stability policing, obviously, and there hasn't been that much study on it. And if it's done by military academics. So the civilian view, which has a lot to offer on theories, on seeing societies, why societies react in a certain way, that's not really integrated into that field. So I'm just speaking for the small field I am in, but I can imagine it goes for other fields as well.
A thing that I would like to add on this perfectly fits to your statement also with the career thing, is that we need, and that maybe is also an idea for the question that was raised here, we need to differentiate, so to say, what is the function of this very student or reservist within the academia world. Do we talk about education in the sense of that someone is sit there and trying to get a graduation for something? Is it maybe someone that he would like to enhance or her expertise in the sense even going to another disciplinary field as an engineer, going to the social science, or the social science going more into business administration? Then things is a little bit more easy because then he is a well or she's a well-received student and appreciated because different opinions will show up. The thing is always, how does this fit in the career planning of this very person? So this is a thing that we do not either understand or do esteem or so. And that's, for me, for academia, sounds a little bit complicated sometimes. So yeah, everybody knows where to go to foster and boost his career or her career. And it's definitely not so that you just choose a university and go there. And this is very profiting for your career, maybe. Another thing is when it comes really to research, because research means definitely also publication, but also needs raising budgets. And we all know also the culture of universities and the scientific world. That means if I invest in young people, young students, and I invest in a PhD or in a research program, I would like to have those guys be committed to my task force, to my work group, to my research group, and so on and so on. And this makes things also complicated because I maybe have not the idea how long will this very person stay with me, because he needs to go back to the military, or even that he's from a specific point or not willing to work or dig deeper into specific issues and so on. And that's also something that makes things a little bit complicated on that way. And I guess there's a lot of things to be sorted out. Last comment on that one. Therefore, we once again have maybe also special think tanks and also special research institutes. And they are big players in the game, just to be honest. And that makes also sometimes things hard for the rest of the university to apply against these big players as well. So sometimes we have an asymmetry here in the competition and also in the access to science and also in the production of scientific knowledge as well.
Do we have time for one more question?
Yeah, maybe one from the people in the room and one online.
Well, that makes two, but let's try. Please.
Great discussion, really informative. As someone coming from academia, I'm Lisa Holt from UWE Bristol. One of the potential issues that we run into is academics hyper focus. We're always hyper expertise, very, very small areas. It's what we do. And it is very difficult to then look at this big military landscape and think, well, I have this thing that could be useful, but it is very scientifically based. It doesn't necessarily have direct application just yet. Where do I even start? And that's sort of difficulty of making that leap and actually getting the conversations going and going into more of a think tank style mode where these ideas get developed into something that's appropriate for military. It doesn't quite seem to be there, or at least not well communicated to the academic community. Do you think there's any way that we could improve on that? Sorry to turn my comment into a question.
If I may, I think a center of excellence is a good approach because, as I mentioned, these organizations, whether it is the acaCIMIC Center of Excellence or all the other centers of excellence, reflecting and are representing different topics in the military landscape. And of course, to find the right center of excellence is sometimes a little bit tricky, but these centers of excellence have the clear task to develop concepts, to make sure that we standardize things, and to do also experimentation on topics. And as we have also the overall topic of experimentation here at the next 2 days, I think that might be a good approach to start there, because also they are not a think tank in basically, but they have time, they have budget, and they have, of course, maybe a clear understanding of this special field of expertise. So I would start there.
Really a short comment because I feel the pain here. I'm coming from a technical university, and my really real life experience right now is that it's nearly impossible to explain, so say, to the practical world. And we don't talk on the military alone, but it's also the companies and the businesses and technological enterprises as well. What are universities doing? And what I would encourage, and maybe we really have the same problem here, is that we need to convince our management and leader boards at the university that it's not a good idea to apply for money that creates a competence centers that try to identify how to transfer the knowledge into the economy or into the real world, getting more transfer and getting a little more praxis oriented. It would be way much more better to give us as professors, as researchers, a little bit more freedom, more time, getting rid of administration, to have the time to go into the practice and go to the military, for example, and talk to them, right? I don't know whether you share the same experience here, because then you can identify where your knowledge is maybe helpful for them, right? And that's also where we as academia have maybe some burdens to overcome as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe we talked about students and exchange of students. I think the students can translate what they're seeing in their military environment, in their well, our defense college, or doing a minor, or engaging in the studies, and see what kind of practical outcome could come from scientific theories they learn from their professors. So we have to start to mingle a population and try people to get to understand each other, because we don't understand all of the scientific concepts and we can't translate them into military use the other way around as well. So it's about opening up together.
Great. One online question. Yeah. Then we are hungry.
Yeah. Is there anyone from the online audience that would like to jump in with one last question?
Sure. I mean, for me, maybe it's more of a comment than a question.
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
I think that makes it easier because then the panel doesn't have to answer. Yeah, so I come from kind of I guess, a blended background. I've done 25 years of humanitarian assistance, a lot of that focused on violence reduction and contact with armed groups. So I've really had the privilege to see the evolution of civil-military coordination evolve from the early sort of Kosovo days when I started to what it is now. And then particularly in programs where your environments where there is sort of like a blended area of responsibility when it comes to violence reduction, we have definitely seen the need, one, for a measure of distinction. So in international humanitarian law, the principle of distinction between military and civilian objects and operations does have to be maintained for a level of our security. On the other hand, we've also recognized that maybe keeping those silos very rigidly is limiting the impact, the positive impact we can have in the field on violence reduction. We do need, to a certain extent, to have a blended strategy, but also a continuum of response, something that can be scaled up and scaled down. We face very much the same, a lot of the barriers that have been brought up by the panel and by contributors here, of classification from the military side and a certain amount of information security compartmentalization. But from the social side, for us as practitioners, there's a lot of issues in terms of sharing information the other way as well, when it comes to data protection and human rights. So how we've sort of articulated that, or how we've gotten around that, knowing that information sharing is going to be a challenge moving forward, is joint mechanisms like joint after-action reviews, where we share practices from one side to another rather than direct technologies or information. Anyways, I know that, as NATO itself is looking at multimodal operations, and as for at least the social side of us, we're dealing with a more and more complex and securitized sort of field and responsibilities. I'm really encouraged by gatherings like this, and I'm also encouraged to see that there's a lot more civilians in the rooms around this than they have been in past CIMIC activities, where it is a little bit military heavy. So that was my hopefully short and pithy intervention.
Right, thank you very much. One last comment round for you. Would you like to add something?
No, not in this moment.
Good.
No, thank you.
Thank you. So basically, this discussion has pretty much underscored the importance of forging stronger partnerships and the ties between military and academia. Bridging these sectors will not only enhance NATO's strategic capacity, but also ensure that security policies remain informed, adaptable, and effective. So as we move forward, let's continue fostering partnerships, create a shared mindset and a mutual culture and trust. And again, thank you to our panelists, thank you to our audience for this engaging scene setter. And we might move forward to the next step, Eleonora.
Yes, so before we move to the next session of academic presentation, we would like to go for lunch. As I mentioned before, where there is a canteen very close by, we will walk you there, we will show how it works, quite intuitive actually, and you will have the time to let all these comments and insight sink in, and we will get back together in this room at 12:30 for the academic session number 1, which is AI and new technologies. Thank you.
Thank you.
No pressure.
No pressure?
No.
You get pressure by standing in front.
Yeah.
That's my task for the next 2 days, I'm sorry.
I'm not sorry.
So, welcome back everyone to the first iteration of acaCIMICs, first volume experimentation. So I hope you all had a chance to recharge, to reflect on what has been discussed earlier. And now we are ready to dive into the very first academic topic, which is artificial intelligence and new technologies. As we all know, AI and emerging technologies and new technologies are transforming every sector, and the defense and security sector is no exception. So in this session, we will explore how AI is reshaping strategic decision-making, enhancing operational effectiveness, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible in military and security applications with the help of academic research.
And I'm pleased to introduce you to leading experts joining today online. And they have expertise in immersive exercises and simulations, which are now vital for advancing civil military cooperation. Miss Eleanor Ross, she's online. You will see her later probably. She's the director of game design at Valens Games. She's renowned for developing live immersive exercises addressing complex global and domestic challenges. Her extensive expertise spans the MENA region and Africa, with expertise in geopolitics, US-Middle East relations, China-Africa competition, and human rights. On her side, Dr. David Gartstein-Ross, founder and CEO of Valens Games. He is an accomplished entrepreneur and national security expert with a PhD in work politics and a JD. He has worked with organizations such as DHS and Google and authored over 30 books. He leads the development of innovative reality-based simulations at Valens Games. Today, they will discuss how AI-driven simulations are transforming civil-military cooperation, highlighting their Providence platform's role in making simulations even more accessible and impactful. So please join me in welcoming Ms. Eleanor Ross and Dr. David Gartstein-Ross online today. Thank you.
Thank you and hello.
Hello.
So everyone can hear me. Can you see me as well?
Yes, we do.
Yeah. Okay, great. It's wonderful to join you today. It's an honor to be a part of this discussion. Per the introduction, I'm David Gartenstein-Ross. I'm the founder and CEO of Valens Games. My own background is that of a national security practitioner, as the introduction makes clear. I spent 2 decades as a subject matter expert, a little over 2 decades as a subject matter expert, working primarily on counterterrorism issues, working primarily for the US government, but also with work that was international in scope. My first company, Valens Global, is one where I first incubated our own gaming practice. What I realized, in large part, based on my own engagement in civil military cooperation, is that games provided a really unique window. When I was teaching at Georgetown in the security studies program, I realized that my students there wanted something that was much more tactile. And so I began to create simple games. And quickly, my class became one of the most popular ones at Georgetown. And after a while of developing our own method, I realized that we had something very unique within the immersive exercise. Let's go forward to the next slide. And I want to talk a little bit about why simulations matter for civil military engagements. Those of us who work on civil military engagement understand, in today's world, which is not just fragmented, but also where there's very much uh, a the schema of cognitive warfare, where it's easy for adversaries or for anybody who really has a particular view that they want to push to both know the minds of their audience and to go after it in their minds and their sympathies and their ideas in a vigorous way and often a way that is steeped in disinformation and propaganda. It can be difficult for the military and the civilians to find understanding. It can be difficult to sympathize across groups with people who don't have your experience or make um, decisions that we don't have a means of understanding. What I've found is that simulations offer a very meaningful bridge to help across the civil military divide people to understand complex decisions, stakes, and also what matters within these scenarios. So experiences like this, if they're done right, can offer empathy, reveal trade-offs, and also challenge people's prevailing assumptions. So, as I said, my own background is in um, the national security world. And Eleanor, who I'm going to kick the mic to in a second, was one of my students at Duke University. Her background, you could regard her as having a civilian background, and games were the introduction that she had to the national security world. So I want to hand things over to her, but I think both of us in this presentation represent the two sides of this divide. Eleanor.
Hi. Thanks, David. Hi, all. Nice to meet you guys. As David said, I'm Eleanor, and I would completely concur with him that I definitely represent the civilian side more. Um, being a part of a game completely changed my trajectory and kind of my decision on where I wanted to go in life. When I was figuring out, my path after college, I was an Arabic major in undergrad. I spent a good bit of time doing like cultural understanding and studying French, Arabic, and Wolof in Morocco and Senegal and France. And I was headed down a different path, and I didn't realize just how much my knowledge could be transferred into civil military engagements in a way that I wouldn't have realized had I not been a part of a simulation course. So I think this adds a little bit of color onto why they're so effective and why they're so important. As an undergrad at Duke University, there's a 6-week long simulation course. And it was a class unlike anything I had ever been a part of. It delved into some really interesting issues like terrorism, migration crises, and how the military engage in situations like hostage crises or with terrorist organizations, and how different militaries need to work together with their civilian counterparts. And it put me in a place where I had to think differently, and had to do research that I hadn't done before. I didn't have as much of a military background, I would say, really at all. At that time, my aunt and uncle are in the military. I would say that is as close as I've gotten, and visiting them on bases was the closest I had gotten to learning really about that side of the world. And so being a part of this simulation and then now leading them, where one of the trademarks of the simulations we run is we bring people together from the civilian side and the military side to engage in topics and discussions ranging from, rare earth extraction in Somalia to terrorism, to quantum computing and nuclear power. And so when we bring all these different sides together in like, you know, a 5-hour immersive exercise or, you know, a multi-day engagement, we find that the takeaway is that from students and from people in the military, they said, I first of all made connections I didn't have previously. I, you know, now have people I can reach out to and contact and have longer form discussions with here. Then the second thing they say is that I have a different perspective. You know, you have these longer conversations about, you know, nuclear power on a civilian side, and then you hear it more from the military side. And by including both of these narratives in just literally a physical same space, it makes a difference. And these simulations we develop, as we'll talk about in a second, are different than, you know, traditional war games might be. We often have something funny on purpose or engaging on purpose, something to make people think and continue really engaging and grasping with the simulation. So after the game, they're still talking about it. And we find that makes it really, really effective in increasing, you know, understanding and bridging that gap between civil and military. If you could go to the next slide, please. So David, I'll throw it back to you. Maybe you can go over one of our case studies about one of our experiences bringing the civil military divide together.
Absolutely. And I think actually the best case study to begin with is one that Eleanor and I have already mentioned. There's a few others I'll go over briefly, but I want to talk about the national security simulation that we run at Duke University. The reason why is because in addition to being a Duke University class, it's also funded by a U.S. Department of Homeland Security grant, a 2-year grant to study the educational impacts of this simulation. And in part, it gets to these issues of civil military divide. So part of the impact assessment, so in addition to the course itself, this grant funds mixed methods evaluators at Duke University, who are some of the best in the country at what they do, to study the learning outcomes and also secondary and tertiary effects of the course on students. And so I want to provide some findings from the study that Jessica Sperling and her team at Duke carried out. They found that nearly 3/4 of students who took this class reported at least some impact on their career interests. Some students reported that the course sparked interest in pursuing a career in national security, including intelligence, cybersecurity, and homeland security. Almost all of the students expressed the course contributed to their personal development, including increased confidence in skills such as negotiation and teamwork. And ultimately, when you look at the statistics being taken by mixed method evaluators, it found significantly increased understanding with on national security issues. 74% said the course had at least some impact on their academic interest, meaning that after taking it, they had a greater interest in studying homeland security or national security related issues. Almost 1/4 of students said the course affected their academic plans a lot or a great deal. Public policy majors said the course helped them narrow down their interest within the field to issues such as international relations, counterterrorism, intelligence. Non-public policy majors noted an increased interest in public policy. So across the sum total, we can see an increase in understanding and an increase in pursuing a career that relates to the kind of topics that were studied within the course. And if you're interested in looking this up, and I'll put it into the chat when I'm done speaking, there's a study which I was one of the co-authors of called Impact Assessment, National Security Simulation course at Duke University, which provides good details on what the surveys and other such data taken by the evaluators found related to the class. So there's a number of other examples as well, and they're listed briefly on the slide that you're looking at. relating to, including immersive exercises run at the Stimson Center, at National Defense University, at Georgetown, at the State Department's Foreign Service Institute, and elsewhere. So there's a breadth that we're talking about. Now, let's go to the next slide. And Eleanor mentioned the immersive exercise style of presentation or style of game that we run. I think this is very important to the civil-military divide. It's going to lead into the discussion of the incorporation of AI. As you'll kind of see from the materials we put together, they're very intricate. There are worlds being built, and AI allows us to develop these worlds much more quickly, including our proprietary Providence platform, which will serve as a key part of the discussion that we have today. So what you see here, this is a simulation that we ran recently for the University of Southern California, and some of the slides from it will be sprinkled throughout the presentation. It was a course on U.S. foreign policy for which we were asked to produce an immersive exercise looking at nuclear negotiations between the U.S., Iran, and Israel. And in doing so, we put it in an alternative reality in 2026 for a variety of reasons. We wanted a slightly alternative timeline. And in order to make the game land, we decided that we had to create a few different fictional aspects of crisis or culture. So it includes, for example, a severe drought that is affecting Iran, which leads to a protest movement there. This is a fictional group, but we even created a song using AI for this group called the Azadi Girls. They're a group of Iranian Americans who are a pop trio whose music becomes a large part of the protest movement that takes to the streets in Iran. Now let's go to the next slide, but I want to land this with the Azadi Girls. This talks about our style of game design or immersive exercise. So it's characterized by 4 different things: by immersive media, and you just saw a sense of an Azadi Girls poster, social media that was created. This creates a rich and believable game, basically an information environment that people can spend time in. And we craft it in such a way that we want them to want to explore it. If people participating, whether they're students, whether they're professionals, whether they're civilian, whether they're military, want to spend time in a game world, then it becomes much easier to learn. It becomes much easier to bridge the divides that we're looking to break down. We engage in deep world building. We think that each world has to stand up well for a wide variety of reasons. We try to make the stories as compelling as possible. So something like the Azadi Girls isn't a deviation, or it's not kind of irrelevant. It's actually very central, especially from a civil military perspective. Humans are storytelling creatures. If you think of the kind of media we consume, whether it's movies or books, if we think of how we tell our own history, it's through the lens of stories, it's through the lens of characters. So by humanizing, I think we do a better job of breaking down the kinds of civil military divides across which games can help to produce better understanding. And the final thing here is that the games should be fun. They should be fun to play, in part because, among other things, why would one create a game that isn't fun? Even if you're dealing with a really complex issue, if one understands kind of the joy of trying to figure out a solution to sometimes intractable or even horrifying problems, then it's something that they'll want to come back to, and so that will be ingrained for much longer in their memory. So with that, Eleanor, why don't you let's go to the next slide, and you can introduce this character.
Absolutely. So this is more from the USC game that David was mentioning. In this game, usually our games, people act on teams. So whether that be, a military, the U.S. Embassy, the Somali government, Google, a country or a state, so California or Germany. But for the USC game, every individual had a character that they were playing. And just like people in real life, characters in our games are multifaceted. They have layers, and when you peel back those layers, things are different. They have different opinions. And so one of those players on the Israel team was Mir Cohen, on this past game that we ran. We have one sentence here. Cohen's pragmatism has earned him quiet respect across Israel's defense and diplomatic communities, and some suspicions from those within his own camp. And so he served as kind of a bridging factor, but with strong beliefs on the Israel team. And we wanted to make sure that this was a game where there was open to negotiation and there was wiggle room on both sides for there to actually be a positive outcome. And I think, David, at the end of this presentation, we'll talk about kind of what the actual outcome of the game was. But he provided kind of a top cover and room to move. You could go to the next slide. But the problem really with the immersive exercise style of games and games in general, previously to build deep worlds, it's been time consuming. It's been really impossible. A war game, a quality war game can take anywhere from 1 month to a year to build. Even longer. You know, I've spoken with game designers. It's taken many years to build out, a quality game, whether that be a tabletop, a more discussion-based TTX. This can take a little bit shorter time. But with LLMs, you are able to actually improve the access to games, and it democratizes access to this style of learning. In my opinion, one of the reasons why this deep world building that we've found so successful in studies and also, just in general engagements is because it hasn't happened previously because there wasn't LLMs. Game design is incredibly intensive in terms of putting things together. It takes hours to do. And with LLMs, it takes the lift off. And to be clear, this isn't taking a lift off of designers. I spend hours conceptualizing things and framing things. But instead of writing, each background document word for word and having to edit it 15 times, or, at the next election, we have a game set in 2030. We don't know who's going to be president. We've made up a fictional character. Previously, I'd have to go through and manually change every single one of those characters' names. And that's just not a good waste of spend of my time. I could be thinking more creatively or adding a more interesting POV or inject to the game. But instead, I'm, spending time manually changing things one by one. And so LLMs, A, are able to develop those materials quickly, but B, they're able to adapt them faster. And then C, they're able to analyze them in a way that just hasn't been possible before. So more simple games are easy to create. And then complex games are more, immersive and epic, we like to say, than ever before. And so it is our Providence platform that allows you to create materials like this quickly. There are other options out there as well, but I'll talk about what we do for a moment. So we have a platform that allows you to build a game in 6 minutes or less. It's not a 100% solution. LLMs, I think, are always going to need a human in the background, a human in the loop. But I would say it's an 80% solution. You have the idea, you answer a series of questions, and we worked really tightly with our tech team to develop a back end for our platform that develops these materials for use. Kind of, if you could go to the next slide, please. So for one thing, in the Providence platform, I said, I want a group named the Azadi Girls. Can you give me some headlines and subheadlines for it? And it would produce articles, and it would produce tweets and narratives and interviews, hypothetically, with the Azadi Girls or other organizations. So this one says, protesters surge as the Azadi Girls' lyrics become a rallying cry. And so this is adding breadth, it's adding depth to the games. I'll beat it into the world. I really believe it's true that people find games so much more impactful when they feel real. And in order to feel real, there needs to be some kind of emotional grasp that people get. People really grasped onto the Azadi Girls in this previous game we ran. In other games we've done, we have, it's usually a pop culture component of some sort. So for a game we ran at Google, for instance, we had, a Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift breakup. For a game we ran for, or are running for the US DoD, we have an American terrible rapper turned Al-Shabaab terrorist, which is, again, based in a true story about a terrorist becoming a rapper. But the fact is that by increasing the depth of these games and making them feel real, people's realities and ideas of what is able to be explored and, interest in actually pushing forward through the game expands greatly. If you could go to the next slide, please. And David, maybe I can throw it over to you about how AI is a force multiplier.
Absolutely. A lot of this is what's in the slide was covered by what Eleanor said previously, talking about the time that it takes to produce exercises, and she mentioned our Providence platform. I want to talk just a minute about Providence, then we'll go through the last few moments of our presentation relatively quickly in order to get to Q&A. But the key thing that I realized, I mentioned where I started to build games at the first company that I stood up, and where I started to create the idea for the immersive exercise. What I realized, and one of the things that spurred me to found Valens Games, is that with the revolution in large language models, I could create a platform that would create games in the same way that I did. When we're working for a customer, whether it's for Google or for NATO or for the US Department of Defense, we'll go through a process of understanding what they're looking for, what they want us to represent, and we'll figure out how to wrap a game around the ideas and how to make that game compelling. I realized that we could create a platform that would do the same thing. And so we carefully curate the questions that it asks. And then after it goes through that series of prompts, it generates the game materials such that it can be run right away. But it's that part that I think is critical, that it's meant to replicate all the processes that we go through, but to do so in a way that's very much sped up, automated, and hence makes games, as Eleanor said, more democratized. So moving on to the next slide. Here again is just another example interspersed with the game of social media that helps to not just flesh out the game world, but to make it compelling and emotionally resonant, which is one of those factors that we think is critical to both engagement, but also engagement across divides. If you want people to care about the game, you have to build a world that you care about as well, in my opinion. So moving to the next slide. When we look at civil military cooperation and the variety of audiences that we've worked in front of and that our colleagues have, we see that simulations are able to help in accelerated planning among stakeholders, creating scenarios that are very responsive. One example that I think is strong with respect to the use case of AI and simulations or games is recent events in Syria. If you look at the unexpected collapse of the Assad regime and the multiple stakeholders on the ground and the new government and the many different interpretations that stakeholders had of the Syrian government, we saw a situation as of December where there was a great deal of uncertainty, which of course there still is in Syria. But it's cases like that where there's something that is breaking very quickly, where there's a lot of factions on the ground and it's hard for the human brain to grasp how they might interrelate to each other. That's an example of where games can be very good at producing a deeper understanding. And it's AI driven processes such as those that are enabled through Providence and other platforms that you'll hear about here that make it easier to create these games very quickly so that we can get enhanced understanding, enhanced knowledge of the topic itself, or an enhanced appreciation of how military and civilian sectors can relate together. This can create better preparedness and help ultimately to turn the societal trend that we're seeing from one of fragmentation to one of greater collaboration through understanding. We think games can be very good at that. So to turn to our final thoughts on the next slide, simulations have always been able to bring civilians and military professionals to the same table. With AI, we can scale that connection. We can make games more accessible. Shared insights can become shared capabilities. To us, the future of civil and military cooperation is not just collaborative, but it's also immersive, adaptive, and also within reach. And we wanted to stop with a little bit of time remaining so that you could ask questions if you have them. To go to the next slide, I do want to make sure our contact info is up there. Both my email address and also Eleanor's is on the screen. We often stay in touch with people who are present at our presentations, but would love to hear from you.
Thanks a lot, David, and thanks a lot, Eleanor. Do you want to show them in the screen, if it's possible? If there is any question from the audience here, and Kathleen will also take care of the online audience. Very interesting presentation, I must say, and a great start because you can really see the connection with the previous panel that was touching upon all the challenges of creating the right platform for civil military cooperation. And I think simulations are actually one of the means to foster that, to create common preparedness and these elements of artificial intelligence really pushes that forward and strengthening even more. So thanks a lot. We have one question here in the audience.
Hi, thank you very much. That was really interesting. My name's Adam Wurr, and I run the Strategic Simulation Programme at the Centre of Geopolitics in Cambridge. We're kind of on the academic and government side, very much in the same space as you are in the US, doing the same things really in the UK. But I'm interested because we're looking now at commercialisation. How do you air gap between your government work inside the kind of classification bubble and how you interact with your commercial clients?
That's a wonderful question. The first thing I'd say is that not all government work has to be within a classification bubble. A lot of the government work that we do is not classified. That we can use the same system, and so there's a few different gradations of sensitivity, right? Like at the high end, you have classified and above, right? So there's special access programs and other programs that even people with top secret clearances cannot get access to. But a gradation down from that is something that is sensitive but unclassified, meaning that there are rules for how you deal with the material, but it can be on unclassed systems. Then finally, there is just unclassified. For a lot of training work, there's not a classification involved. If you're drawing from things that are expert level, but aren't particularly sensitive, with the massive expansion in open source intelligence, there's a lot that you can do without ever having to reach into the classified side. So what I'd say first of all is that government work, as you know, doesn't always mean classified work. The second thing is that to us, the core methodology of reaching, of what you present, what you run for the government sector can be the same as the other sectors that you hit. As a company, there are 4 different sectors, 4 different client bases that we go for. There's government, there's private companies, there's higher ed, and then there's K through 12. And our view is that K through 12, kindergarten through 12th grade. Our view is that the same sort of core methodology can hit all 4, but you have to make tweaks for the audience. And then there's also differences in the purpose of the game, whether it's educational training, which is like education but for professionals, whether it's an analytic purpose or something like risk mitigation, say a game about cybersecurity or a game about political controversies that could arise from a tech deployment. The final thing I'd say is that with respect to hitting the various sectors, there's obviously going to be a very different approach for contracting reasons and the like. We have a different system, a different version of provenance that can be loaded onto government systems. And there, the key thing is making sure that there's no leakage out. In other words, that it's able to plug into government large language models, which are protected in the way that classified information was protected within USG. In other words, not connected to networks that go out onto the broader internet. But other than that, there is great similarity between the two. I also know Eleanor has something to add on this.
Yeah, I think just the one thing that I would add is when we run our immersive exercises using the Providence platform, or just we come in person and we run them, government clients often want civilian actors there and they want corporate actors there. We're running a game for Canada's Department of National Defense soon up in Ottawa, and they're really interested. The game is it's called Arctic Awakenings. It's a game on quantum computing and nuclear energy and kind of what the future of the Arctic's going to look like. And they want, students and university students and people from, the community and corporations to come because all these stakeholders are involved in actual decision making. The same happens. We ran a game at the Stimson Center, which is a think tank in DC with National Defense University. And there were also people from the private sector who were there as well. And the private sector actually was one of the teams in the game because people, I think nowadays are just realizing how intertwined everything is. And so often when we present just the idea, which surprises a lot of clients, we often say, would you like people from the government to come, or would you like, private sector? Do you want, a younger perspective? We can bring university students. They usually say yes, and they find that their insights that they get because they include different actors make a huge difference. So I would say it's less divided than it always, would necessarily seem.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
I think due to time reasons, we cannot afford more questions, unfortunately, but thank you very much to David and Eleanor for your presentation. And if you would like to contact the two of them, you have the contacts here, and ask more questions in that channel, because we are now heading to our next speaker. And it is my pleasure in that sense to introduce Lieutenant Colonel Herwin Meerveld of the Royal Netherlands Air Force and coordinator of the Data Science Center of Excellence for the Dutch Ministry of Defense and external PhD candidate at Tilburg University. His research explores the application of large language models in military wargaming and strategic decision-making. Today, Herwin will discuss the responsible use of large language models to enhance wargaming from scenario creation to decision, demonstrating how AI can strengthen decision-making and optimize outcomes in complex environments. Please, Herwin, the stage is yours. Yeah,
Yeah, sure. Maybe you want to give me a 5-minute heads up before time runs out, so we can run up. Okay, thank you for having me here. As Kathleen said, my name is Herwin Meerveld. I'm coordinator of the Data Science Center of Excellence of the Dutch MOD Data Science Center of Excellence. It's not a NATO Center of Excellence. And with interest, I listened to the panel this morning because basically we are practicing CIMIC every day and bridging that gap between academia and military every day, because we are a fully MOD Center of Excellence within a public ecosystem with academia, government, and industry around human-centered AI. And our PhD and postdoc researchers are employed by civil universities, but they are screened, so they have a security clearance. They can have all the data they need for their research without necessarily publish that data, of course, but to understand the context in which they conducted research. So I would be happy to tell you more about that Center of Excellence, but that's not why I'm here. I'm here to tell you more about a part of my own PhD research within the context of the Data Science Center of Excellence. My research is, in general terms, focused around how can we leverage data science for military strategic decision making. That's the very broad topic, and those are two very broad concepts. So data science is a huge field, and military strategic decision making is a huge field. So first of all, I started with a literature review on these topics. And what I found was that a lot of literature worldwide on these kinds of topics are focused on the tactical level. And another finding is that when we talk about the strategic level, a disproportionate portion of the literature is focused around the risks of data science. And it's very important to talk about those risks and to consider them. But there's a research gap on, okay, but what are the opportunities of data science for strategic decision making? Because as a military officer, I would say I cannot weigh a risk without knowing what my effects would be. So it's very important that we examine those opportunities as well. So that's basically what the second paper is about. So it would also be irresponsible not to use AI in the military. So we can talk about, and we must talk about, responsible use of AI, but also about the risks we take when we do not leverage these kind of technologies and tools. Third, the global discussion on responsible AI in the military is a lively debate and an important debate. It's not an academic debate per se, or a leftish debate or whatsoever. It is very important that we do it responsibly, because we are serving society as an MOD, and we must do everything we do must be responsible. So also the integration of AI. However, that debate is centered around some overarching high-level principles of responsible use, like explainability, transparency, accountability. But what do those principles actually mean in a specific context? So the military is not a context. The military is a set of domains with numerous contexts. So what do those principles actually mean when we apply a specific AI technology or tool in a specific context? So it's important that we operationalize those principles. Within that context, I'll step forward to the presentation which I'm here for today. Is okay, given all those risks and opportunities and the need for investment in AI in the military context, can we leverage large language models in strategic decision making, and specifically in wargaming? Well, the previous speakers perfectly showed some example that LLMs can make it wargames more immersive. The focus of this research was to move beyond the feeling or the conviction that it is useful, but to also contribute with some academic rigor on, okay, are they effective? Do wargame experts actually assess LLM products, so for example, a scenario or a player briefing, as effective, as immersive, etc. So that's what this research was about. Funny thing here is that when you read headlines on wargaming and AI, you see the same dynamics as in AI in the military. It's focused around risks and, oh, the AI escalates real quick, etc. And that's perfectly fine. So there are risks. We shouldn't neglect those risks. However, AI in wargaming is so much more than AI as agent in the execution phase of a wargame. So wargaming is about an entire life cycle, a phase which starts from the initiation and idea of a wargame to the design, development, the execution part, where the player is only one player in that execution phase, but you also have an adjudicator. And there's all kind of decision-making processes taking place in that execution part. The validation and analysis, and then the refinement. And this is a cycle, so it cycles. It's the idea of a cycle, right? So my point here is that when we think of AI in wargaming, we should consider all those phases, and all those phases include numerous tasks. And of those tasks, a lot of those tasks can be done probably by LLMs. For starters, I'll focus on LLMs for this presentation, not on other AI tools. So the research question here is, what is the potential of LLMs? And I only use the commercially available LLM, not trained for this specific purpose, so ChatGPT 4, to produce useful text. And what we did is we contextualized that LLM with some wargaming material so that it understands, so to speak, what we're talking about. We generated output for the LLM. Then we assessed the quality of those outputs using an online survey with wargaming experts. I'll come to that in a minute. We compared the assessment scores of the LLM generated texts, and the same experts also assessed human created texts. And we compared the differences between those scores, and then we analyzed those findings. So again, for the contextualization part, we used ChatGPT-4 and through retrieval augmented generation. So we added some wargame material. For that, I used the contested wargame of the STL, thanks to the guys of that fantastic unit, which provided me with this wargame, and some random policy documents. So, for example, when I asked about a NATO's deterrence strategy against Russia, I typed that into Google, and the first hit, I put it in as a policy document. So it's quite random, just to give it some contextual material on the topic I asked the LLM. Then we generated LLM output, and I focused on 4 tasks throughout the wargaming lifecycle. So one task is to draft a scenario, and I'll provide some examples in a minute. The second task, to draft a player briefing. Third, to draft an adjudication narrative. So we have, in the execution phase of wargaming, you have an adjudicator. I did not examine how LLMs can adjudicate, so the dynamic of adjudication. There is some literature about it that's way more complex. But if we assume that adjudication has taken place, the adjudicator needs to build a narrative around it. And intuitively, I think LLMs are perfectly able to do so. And the fourth task, which should have been the first actually, but is to draft the game design. That's where you start, right? So those 4 tasks we focused around. And of course, we found that prompting is very important here. So it was trial and error to come up with a prompt that actually worked. And then we validated that those prompts in new chats to see whether it produces similar outcomes. Well, this is an example of the prompt for a scenario, and I won't go over all the details, but what you see is, okay, create me a new scenario, and I picked a random topic, so a conflict in the Arctic region. Use 8 players using the same colors as the wargame material I have provided to the LLM. And I also found that it is important to say a bit about the length of the output. So sometimes you get a scenario of 2 sentences. Okay, that's not what I mean. I want at least 400 words, and then you encounter that an LLM cannot count. So you need to build in Python scripts for it, etc. But that's all trial and error on the prompts. But this prompt perfectly works. And this is, and again, we won't go over all the details, but a possible output that it generated. And the interesting thing here is that I didn't say anything about the definitions of all types of powers here, but in the contextual material, that the contested wargame, it defines what kind of power. So, for example, a major international power or regional power or whatsoever, and it uses those kind of definitions. And also another interesting part is on the bottom side of the screen, the situation reaches a tipping point. And if you know wargames and wargame literature, you know that it is important to work onto some type of tipping point or dilemma. Without a dilemma, there's no need to wargame, only for fun, but even then, it's probably not that fun. So you need a dilemma, you need a tipping point, and it's perfectly able to draft such a scenario at the first glance. So this is not that was my first assessment. Okay, this looks nice. And again, we assess that with wargaming experts afterwards. And the last thing I want to highlight is the adjudication dynamic. So the role of a 20-sided dice, for example, that was all in the contextual material. I didn't say anything in the prompt or in in the in the prompt to the LLM that it needs to use those dynamics, but it did. So another example here is the adjudication narrative. So provide me an immersive narrative. That was basically what I asked the LLM for a player, red, and it conducts this or that action, M11 in this case, against blue in a particular scenario. And it's interesting to know that this is the contested wargame material I provided. And in the adjudication publisher, this is what in that wargame the adjudicator has. So for action M11, which is a missile strike, when you roll a 2 with the 27 dice, it's a terrible outcome, and then you have a one-sentence narrative. This is what the LLM got. And this is the output. A far more expanded narrative, but the important thing is that it perfectly was able to derive the most important part. So it is a missile strike, what has just happened, and a roll of 2 is disastrous or terrible. And it means, so red's influence tracker, that's a dynamic within that wargame, is diminished by 1. So the punishment that red receives is correct here, and the gain for blue is correct. So those are the most important part, of course. So you can debate about a narrative, whether it's immersive enough or not, but it needs to be truthful to the wargame, of course. So then we used all those, or we included those texts into an online survey, and we asked the wargame experts to score those texts on 4 variables, and we derived those variables from the wargame literature, but one of them, immersion, you already heard in the last presentation as well. So comprehensiveness of a product or a text, the fidelity and the contribution to immersion, and the relevance to the purpose, to the task, the relevance to the task, are 4 variables that all contribute to the construct of effectiveness of a wargame. So we asked them to score the text on those 4 variables on a simple Likert scale from 0 to 10. As I said, we surveyed 27 wargame experts worldwide through multiple networks, and they scored human-created texts and the LLM-generated text without knowing which what kind of text they were looking at, only that it is a scenario. And all experts scored both the human-created text and the LLM-generated text. And they did not score, not all 27 scored the same text, of course, so there's also some variation in that part. What we expected, those 4 variables that together construct effectiveness must have a high correlation, otherwise they, okay, great. They won't have a high, or they won't construct the same, contribute to the same construct. So they had a high correlation, that's a good thing. Then we conducted a paired sample t-test, it's a statistical test. I won't go over the details, but the results here are important that for the scenario tasks, there was no significant statistical difference between the scores of the human-created text and the LLM-generated text, which means that the LLM was perfectly able to create something similar as to the quality, the effectiveness, as the human-created texts. For the player briefing and the adjudication narrative, the finding was that the LLM scored significantly higher than the human created texts. So indeed, the LLM is able to do those, to conduct those tasks. And for the game design, we didn't do a comparison because we hadn't the ability or the access to the human-created game design. But there we just averaged the scores, and it was an 8, more than 8. So a very high score in terms of quality. Well, what does it mean for me? First of all, we contribute here with a very basic but quality assessment method, which was currently lacking in wargaming literature. We found that LLMs are indeed capable of generating useful texts. An important part here, and this I heard also in the previous presentation, it contributes to the accessibility of large of wargames, and not only for hobbyists or people who would like to wargame, but also military experts, military decision making, lacking wargaming expertise can be enabled to develop and design wargames themselves. And one problem in the real world here is that we depend a lot on scarce wargaming expertise in the development of wargames for military decision making. So LLMs enable military officers to do it themselves, or at least part of them. And of course, human AI teaming is very important here. So it's not that AI or LLMs can do all the work, and it's not necessarily necessary as well. But in an iterative process, you can come up with products that well, support the decision making in the end. And the last point I want to stress is the speed of relevance. In practice, we have wargames with generals and in 2 or 3 days, and those wargames are very expensive because of all the players in that room. So practice is that an adjudication team, for example, may have 45 minutes to adjudicate 60 actions. And that's that's no time enough. So what they do is select a few actions, adjudicate those, and move on, because we need to move on, and we should do, because it is indeed expensive. But what if you would use an LLM to adjudicate all those 60 actions for you, to scan it, pick 2 or 3, refine them, and indeed go on with those 45 minutes, but then have adjudicated all the actions you should have adjudicated in the first place, just as an example. So it can also help to speeden up the war game at the speed of relevance in the context of real world decision making. With that, I close off my presentation just in time, I think. My future research will be on, again, on the responsible side of the responsible use of AI. So if we would use LLMs as an agent or in support of a player, and we would ask it to generate courses of action, and you see a lot of literature about it these days. But if we would do so, can we explain how the LLM came up with that course of action? What databases did it retrieve data from? So that's a very technical question, but that's what my current research is about. So thank you very much. If you want to know more about this research, you can contact me at my Tilburg University address. If you want to know more about the Science Center of Excellence, please feel free to contact me on our DSCE email address. So maybe there is some time for questions or.
There's for sure. Great. Thank you so much. Does the audience have any questions here? Yes. Well, okay. Pick one. You're the.
You're the hostess. I think that's her.
I'm Vince Didato from Helmut Schmidt University in Hamburg. I think one important part is the definition of the objective, because we can have multiple objectives of the wargame. You want to find a solution for a problem, you want to evaluate a team, you want to explore possibilities.
Yeah.
How you define the objective?
Well, thank you.
Yes, it's a briefing before that it's an input from outside. It's an elaboration of the input from outside, or you being objective.
Well, thank you. It's indeed important to define the objective beforehand. And I think there are 3 types of objectives in wargaming literature. So education, evaluation of plans or strategies, and well, training or well, you can put the hobbyists for fun, just as a fourth type of objective for the wargame. In the context of my research, I focus on evaluation of strategy and planning. So in the context of military strategic decision making, we wargame because that's the safe environment in which we can simulate to move troops from A to B. And if we would do so, even for exercises in real world, it will send out a political signal. So you cannot move troops from A to B without signaling out that political message. So that's the context in which I conducted this research. However, the research on whether an LLM is able to generate useful text is maybe objective agnostic, if that's a word. I think that doesn't really matter for the very exploration I did in this research.
Do we have time for it?
Oh yeah, good question. That's the first question. Do we have time?
Yeah, I mean, we started a little bit later, so
Okay.
fair enough, yes.
Okay, so I'm from Market Analytics, a US-based company, but with development teams, we specialize in AI, and now I have a question more on this side. It's clear that in wargaming it works. It will generate text, scenarios, designs, everything. But did you investigate the inherent bias that is present in LLM? I mean, you are using commercial software, OpenAI's models. There are a bunch of other models, but all those models are trained on specific data sets, and biases are inherited from the data sets. Does this mean that if we go in this direction of supporting wargaming by LLMs, that most of new wargames and wargame designs will have same biases, meaning same terms, same biases towards ethnicity, nations, or whatever are the biases from the data? So the question is, did you think about it, and do you have an idea how to deal with it?
Yeah, well, thank you. I definitely thought about it because we are active in a responsible AI in the military debate. So multiple short answers. Yes, LLMs are very biased, and we use ChatGPT just for a, I would say, technical feasibility study. So is an LLM able to generate something useful here without further implications of those products? So the second part is we could actually train a language model for this specific task with incorporating the importance of bias, although you cannot rule out bias anyway. The third answer is yeah, true, and so humans are biased, so it doesn't really change that much in decision making. It does change the location of the bias, so to speak, or the type of bias, but we should not assume or suggest that the current form of decision making is unbiased. So that's a very important comment I would place.
Great. I think we have time for one more question from our online audience. Dr. Timothy Peacock, are you still online? So you might speak up on your own.
I'm still here, and many thanks. It's really, really interesting, and something I was wondering about particularly was whether there are any experiments here that involve LLMs rating the work of other LLMs, or indeed rating human-generated texts, and any strengths or limitations here, particularly as you say, with the depending on the data set and the particular personalities of LLMs.
I know there is literature on LLMs rating texts of other LLMs, but not specifically in the wargaming context. So at least that those experiments are not, I don't know of, but I know of the concept of LLMs breaking other LLMs, indeed. Does it answer your question sufficiently, or?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great.
Okay, well done. Thank you, Harman.
Okay,
It
great.
was a
Thanks.
pleasure.
Thanks a lot. Yes, so the next presentation is actually well connected because it focuses on the accessibility of wargaming. I'm pleased to introduce Elsin acaCIMICs, who is joining us online. She's the co-founder of Radius Defense and a leader in multi-domain wargaming innovation. A law graduate from the University of Strasbourg, Elsin has led NATO and international wargaming initiatives, including Turkey's first civilian hybrid warfare board game, and serves as a chair of NATO's STO initiative focused on integrating the Gen Z Plus into defense. Today, Elsin will present a project using large language models to make wargaming more accessible, especially for women and civilians, fostering greater inclusivity in military and civilian collaboration. Please join me in welcoming Elsin acaCIMICs. Let's see if the connection works out.
Ada, you might share your screen now.
Okay.
So we can
Just
start.
a quick heads up. I have a bit of a feedback, so I will just turn off my mic while I'm speaking, if that's okay.
All right.
Okay.
Hopefully, the one that we can still hear.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we make sure that you can see the screen as well. Perfect. The floor is yours.
Okay, great. So, hi everyone. Thank you so much for having me today. I wanted to join you all in person, but it couldn't happen, so I'm here. I will be talking about our work for enhancing military-civilian cooperation collaboration through LLM-supported wargaming. So, as a very quick background on who we are and what we have been doing, myself and our team, we started our work with NATO STO SAS 129 Research Task Group on gamification of cyber warfare. We developed a gamification framework there, which allowed us to simulate better and in a faster time, which focuses on iteration. Very shortly, I don't want to take too much of your time for this. We kind of went around, did events, and then while that was on pause, from that to starting the SAS 172 Research Task Group on multi-domain operations wargaming, we did a project in Turkey called Women in Command, which actually got me into wargaming myself, where we focused on women's involvement in defense through wargaming. I will explain that a bit more detailed. In May 2021, SAS 172 Research Task Group started as multi-domain operations wargaming research. And within that, we realized a couple of things, and we realized that wargaming MDO operations is not extremely possible without some support. And then moving forward, we are now developing a wargame toolkit. We started the design process for an LLM wargame framework on multi-domain operations. We received an STO funding for the development of this work, which we have been the first team to do that. And then moving forward, we are working with different NATO organizations to test and evaluate this product. So moving a step back, I want to talk to you about the Women in Command project and its relevance to this research and the work that we are doing, because this is a project that helped us realize when you are trying to integrate civilians or non-military components into war games or even into defense, you really need some support in your pocket. So the Women in Command project started with the fact that in crisis situations, women and girls suffer disproportionately, but they're almost entirely excluded from peace-building processes. Then we started this project to empower and educate women between the ages of 18 to 30 who are students and or at early career stages who aim to pursue a career in defense, security, and peace by establishing a network and educating them. This was done with the support of US Embassy Ankara and NATO's Public Diplomacy Division at that time. within the project, we developed a war game because we didn't just want to go through with, the classical Zoom webinar type of education, but we wanted to go a different route, and we love to game. We're a bit of a team of war game nerds. So we said, why not? Let's include this as well. And that's when we realized that wargaming is not really a very, very accessible tool for civilians. We created a war game that is a completely beginner level war game on hybrid threats. So this is essentially modeled from the 2014 crisis between Russia and Ukraine, but completely generic. We decided to make this war game as accessible as possible to a person who is seeing a war game for the very, very first time. Let alone a war game, they might not even know some of the defense terms, security terms, or conflict terms that are being used. So we decided to completely or near completely let's go of abbreviations, make it a bit more appealing to a younger generation through colors, through design, and also add player aids, different documents, tutorial levels, etc., to help them learn better. Through this, we realized that it takes a certain amount of effort to introduce these types of contents, or information to a civilian audience. We played this war game pretty much almost all around the world and pretty much every military academy within NATO. And we also had civilian participants in those. We needed to find a way to explain some of the terms that other players knew to these civilian participants may not be aware of. So we kind of took that information, put that in our pockets, and then continued with our work. We did a Hybrid Threat Rising tournament, which is the world's first women's war game tournament ever to be done, Security and Peace Conference, and a mega game. So within that, we had a lot of people participating who had taken our webinars and our wargaming sessions, all of that, and then also a lot of people from outside. And we got a real grasp of what these people struggle to the most while playing war games or participating in those discussions. Then we started NATO SAS 172 Research Task Group on multi-domain wargaming. So this is when we kind of set the task to create a multi-domain war game, develop a multi-domain war game, but realize that there are a lot of challenges that will block us from creating one multi-domain war game. It is near impossible to do that because of all these things like rate of attrition, level of warfare that you have to simulate, logistics, information that you need to put in. Before, maybe about 50, 60 or more years back, you had war games where I have a tank and you have a tank, and then we come across each other, and then we try to solve that situation. But now it's a lot more complicated than that, and it is very difficult to simulate that, especially in a tabletop setting where it can be applied anywhere. There's also the fact that things are in continuous change, and no matter what you do, you need to update it and re-update it and re-update it. The wargame that we created 2 years ago, Hybrid Threat Rising wargame, is already in need of update because of all the recent things that happened. So this brought us to the gaps that are in civilian military collaboration and hybrid and MDO crises. So the first one is the last one that I mentioned, is in evolving crisis environments, we have the need for interoperability. I'm of a civilian background. Some of our team is of civilian background as well. And while working with military, we sometimes have difficulty, especially in communication, in information, and in responses. So we have different ways of working. We, when looked at some recent crises, especially the 2021 Afghanistan evacuation, 2023 Turkey and Syria earthquakes, realized that we need this interoperability to respond better during these crises. And then the third one is just some doctrinal background and information that we got. Traditional training and simulation platforms usually fail to realistically model interagency friction or enable inclusive participation, which sort of ends up limiting preparedness for real-world hybrid environments. While we have all these things going on, when we do not have this component or anything to facilitate these components in war games, that is when we kind of start to have some difficulty actually learning on how we can respond to these. So we had to go back and look at the source of why do most war games fail to include civilians, both in design thinking, in scenario, or also in participation. So first one is that wargaming interfaces in general, jargon, creates high barriers of entry for civilians. There are times where we lack the knowledge to know all of the abbreviations. So opports, traps, ROEs. There are times where some of the people in the room will not be aware of those and will be actually afraid to ask them. We sometimes in war games use abstract mechanics like hexes, counters, or statistical combat resolution tables. These are all foreign stuff to civilians or new people who are just getting into wargaming. And then if you have a digital war game, then you have a very technical UI, UX design, especially when you are thinking about simulations. It will not be intuitive for newcomers. For civilians, especially those from academic, humanitarian, or policy backgrounds, this results in a big cognitive overload before meaningful gameplay can even begin. So without prior exposure to such tools, they will be more likely to disengage or defer to military players, and this will reinforce hierarchies in the room. There are times where we as civilians also lack doctrinal familiarity. We cannot read all the doctrines before participating in a war game. We may be aware of some of them because of our work, but we will be most likely that we have not came across some of those that our military counterparts have, which will limit our ability to anticipate or interpret military behavior, will prevent effective contribution to scenario outcomes, and will undermine the goals of training for interagency coordination or even resilience planning. This knowledge gap here might hinder actual collaboration rather than simulate it productively in a war game setting. And then the third one is gender authority asymmetries sometimes deter engagement. There are numerous studies that highlight the underrepresentation of women in strategic gaming and defense planning. Some contributing factors to this are implicit bias, disproportionate interruption rates, or a lack of role models or inclusive role assignments. So this is why actually we started the Women in Command war game. So we realized that AI and LLMs, while we are doing work in SAS 172, can function as adaptive facilitators that can present a very novel solution by acting as first natural language interpreters that convert plain speech into rule-compliant actions, two in-game assistants that provide real-time explanations, doctrinal context, scenario information, and as bias buffers as well, offering equal attention and guidance to all players regardless of rank or expertise. By lowering the technical and cognitive thresholds, LLMs may be actually enabled to enable true collaboration and level the playing field for civilian and military players. So the wargame method that we came up with within SAS 172 looks pretty much like this. We do not want, which has been discussed in previous discussions as well, so I don't want to go over that, but we do not want our LLM to make decisions for you. We do not want it to write and decide actually on course of actions for you. We want it to be a facilitator, a teammate, if you will. So we are using our LLM as a facilitator, as a natural language control layer that interprets player intent. That is the first step. So this is still in development and will be finished hopefully by the end of this year. But we also already have a prototype of a natural language control layer that understands your input, what you want to do, translates that into game actions, and then translates those game actions back to you by saying, here are some things you can do. And then based on that, you can choose to do what you want to do. We don't, because we, as I said before, we are war game nerds. So we want to still be able to make decisions. We still want to be able to decide and interpret and analyze and simulate ourselves. But in some war games, you have a very complex set of game rules, which make gameplay a lot more difficult than it has to be. So this LLM right here that we developed acts as a facilitator for it. So instead of having, like said in previous discussions, having a lot of people in the room trying to solve combat for 45 minutes, you are able to actually ask this, get responses, and then ask it back, and then it will resolve it for you. Second way we use this facilitator as a guidance for players, which we call acaCIMICs. I will get into that a bit later, but first I want to tell you about, on top of this, what we considered and what are the things that we are adding this year, especially in our work in developing this platform, that I think is relevant for you to know as well. So first of all, we think that human machine theory is very relevant when it comes to wargaming and having LLM help a human player. So our scientific framework rests mainly on 3 pillars. We treat LLM not as a tool, but as a collaborative actor that supports player decision making. This helps us reduce cognitive load in making, enable real-time feedback loops, and encourage shared informational and situational awareness across human AI teams. Second, we will be using collective intelligence and trust dynamics. So by this, give you the definition as well, we are referring to the emergent intelligence that arises from collaboration and consensus building among diverse individuals or systems. So in hybrid and MDO crises, effective outcomes depend majoritarily not just on individual expertise, but also on the quality of trust, communication, and role clarity within the group. So within our wargame approach, we are able to model one, distributed decision making, where no single actor controls the full picture. 2, trust calibration between players and the AI facilitator, which is where some NATO concepts like the cross-domain command concept and MDO concepts are depending on these days. And 3, behavioral indicators of trust, like frequency of consultation, acceptance of AI suggestions, etc. And then third pillar is the gamification of cognitive process. So in a crisis situation, you will have a stress on you that will kind of push you to make certain decisions under that stress environment. So this is when stress-based reasoning, resource prioritization, and role-based friction comes in. I'm happy to share the scenario that we use, is also openly available on Odin. You are most welcome to look at it. But we are also putting civilian actors actively in our scenarios in the war game that we are developing to make sure that we are also able to see all of these in its context. So our first field test was Innovation Continuum 2025 Shine event, where we used HCAL, so our Headquarter Command AI Liaison. This thing right here is kind of like your buddy, another person in your team, where you can go to ask questions about scenario, about your ORBAT, about your strategic planning directive, rules of engagement, road to crisis, so on and so forth. Within this event, we had 16 participants from military and civilian backgrounds, and this took us about 3 days and 8 hours of gameplay every day with active and retired military officers, civilian analysts, humanitarian actors, and academic researchers in defense studies. This was a full-on MDO war game, so we had representatives from all 5 domains, plus representatives of civilian sides, so non-military institutions as well. This composition helped us reflect a near-realistic interagency operating environment and simulate the collaborative dynamics seen in hybrid crises or MDO crises response missions. So this is when we had our players use Headquarter Command AI Liaison to ask questions and learn about everything that they wanted to, but also help them get inputs and ideas as well. So they interacted within the wargame environment that allowed to submit commands and intentions in natural language, like you would talk to a friend or a colleague, receive doctrinally informed responses, and also ask follow-up questions or clarifications in real time. What we saw is one, accessibility. So nearly all of the civilian participants reported feeling able to meaningfully contribute despite having no or very little prior wargaming experience. We also saw a lot of trust, which you may think of it as a good or a bad way, but there was a lot of trust on these AI outputs, viewing the HCal, so LLM, as a natural and helpful facilitator, but also taking pretty much every response it gave as granted, which is okay within the context of our war game, because we think that in a perfect environment, that's what will happen. But it is, of course, to be taken with a grain of salt. And then we also saw that there was an increase in engagement because with almost no facilitators in the room, we had about 3 facilitators for this war game. Participants were able to continuously get information and not depend on me, lead facilitator, getting tired or anxious to respond for these 3 days, which was really intense. So this also allowed us to be able to give constant information to them without us running from room to room. With this tool, with this HCal tool that we have, and then the digital platform that we created, we are able to get a full after action report. So what is good with this is normally within a tabletop war game, for example, or even a digital war game, you sometimes get good or bad results, courses of actions, combat results from your players, but sometimes it is nearly impossible to know if the player has done what they were supposed to do, which is to research, to analyze, to understand their situation, and then decided based on that with their teammates, or they came to a decision because maybe they just got a little bit of lucky, or they just made a last minute decision on the spot because they were running out of time during the military decision making process that we allowed them to do. Through this platform, we are able to track every movement that every player makes. So I can know when and once you look at the scenario and then get a message and look at that message from your teammate and then go ask a question to HCal based on that message and then type in your report on the platform. We are able to link everything that you do and then understand if that was based on a good run of military decision-making process, which is what we want in the war game, or that was just based on, something that happened at that time because stars aligned for you. Here we have under friendly courses, we have participants showed an adequate understanding of their own capabilities and deployment plans. But if you look at natural entities and terrain and geography, they were marked as sparse or not addressed. So not addressed. That is a key insight for us. Participants often overlooked how civilian authorities or terrain conditions could impact operations, which directly affects real-world mission success in hybrid environments. So here, through the use of LLM, we are not only talking about involving civilian participants in war games, but also understanding within those war games how civilian-military cooperation can work. These reflect structural challenges in joint civilian-military planning. Who holds information, who shares it, who gets ignored in fast-paced, stressful decision environments. And this comes to validate the use that we have of LLM facilitation, which in future iterations can prompt players to consider overlooked variables like humanitarian corridors or cyber disruptions or what you want to. There are things that we take with a grain of salt during these war games or creating these LLM facilitators. So first is designed with gender and civilian participation in mind. So while we did this, it is also very important to consider these while creating a war game or developing a war game. Second is there is bias within AI mediation or any type of LLM that you use. There was a previous discussion about the use of OpenAI on this, and I completely agree on it. We train our AI through OpenAI sometimes because that's a lot faster and a lot easier. While we use our own data, you cannot really control what that API will go and run. But at the same time, we also, for the purposes of this, so that it is completely unbiased and can actually run in closed circuit secure environments, we also have our natural language framework as well, just so we can have a completely unbiased LLM. And then the third one is that you, no matter what you do, no matter how good your LLM is, you will need trained facilitators that will guide ethical and equitable play. So AI can support technical execution, can help you learn about things. Trained human facilitators will ensure that the game remains ethical, inclusive, and collaborative. It is very important to still consider the human factor and have someone physical in the room to help support players. You cannot just leave them with a tool, in our opinion, not yet, and then tell them to, play this war game. You still need someone in the room to guide the players and help the players go. It is also important to note that war games shape culture. Cognitive diversity improves decision making, and that real world crises do not discriminate. So we should have everyone in the room, from civilian to military, playing these, contributing effectively, and that inaccessible simulations equal to blind spots. When only a narrow demographic plays or war games, doctrines and plans then reflect limited perspectives, which can lead to strategic failure or public backlash. So with this, I will come to our next steps. For the year of 2025, we have a couple of war games that we will run. We have one with NATO Mountain Warfare Center of Excellence in May 2025, at the end of this month. We have another one with Turkish Joint Warfare Center in June 2025, and NATO Summer School and the repeat of the last year's exercise this year in October 2025. And if you have any further questions, I'm happy to take them. Thank you so much for listening. And feel free to just contact me on LinkedIn, or just send an email if you want any further information on anything I talked about.
Thank you, Ada. Thanks a lot.
Yes. Are there any questions from the audience to Ada? Maybe from our online community?
Maybe not now, but at a later stage.
Yeah. Sorry, I was a bit late there. My name is Patrick Sundquist. I'm a teacher working in Taiwan, and listening to this is very interesting, because I think wargaming, or adapting it to a younger audience, I'm not saying that they should be below high school, but a senior high school level can more prepare students to how it actually is to work in interdisciplinary situations or environments. So I think that one of the reasons that maybe we lack a player base is that there is no real information on where to buy it. Wargaming is hugely popular as a leisure activity, but the more traditional wargaming aspects like VW Initiative and the previous presentation is more for a hardcore audience. So my question is that how can we adapt this to a sort of educational setting, but also introduce more civilians into this concept of wargaming? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. This is a question I'm most happy to answer because that is pretty much what I specialize in. I got introduced to wargaming when I was very young, in college as well. And mind you, I had no wargaming or even gaming experience before. All I knew was just Minecraft. I've been wargaming for about 5 to 6 years now and act as a facilitator for a lot of military institutions. And now we have, I'm not sure if you or any of you have heard of it, but there are multiple communities and initiatives. One of them is Women's Wargaming Network, which is a wargaming network for women and for allies as well. So go check that out. But also we have Fight Club International, which is an international wargaming community. You have different chapters in the US, in the UK, Germany, and we are currently running the Turkey chapter. And there, what we want to do is to include more young people into defense, peace, and security, and do that through wargaming. Now coming to my point, what we do it and how we do it is essentially through making sure that young people, so a young audience, is somehow magically interested in wargaming, because it is most likely that they will not have the attention span, they will not have the time, and they will not see something that is not fast-paced or will not directly contribute to their career goals interesting. So what we try to do, we do our best to make sure that any war game that we run or any simulation that we try to pull them in directly contributes to their career, their personal development, and that they see this as clear as they can. If they see an interest in wargaming as, oh, I can learn about new concepts, or, oh, my competitors, quote unquote, with whom I'm trying to compete with to get a job on LinkedIn, they don't know about wargaming, but if I have this in my pocket, then it will be easier for me to get a job, then they will most likely be interested in what you are doing. Another thing that I would pay attention to doing this is to make sure that once you start wargaming with them or introduce them into wargaming, to make sure that it is not too overwhelming. With some war games, even commercial ones, it is very difficult to understand the rule books, the rule sets, what they're talking about, the concepts in them. So in our experience, it is a lot more easier to find something small and then kind of build up on that. So I wouldn't start a first-time wargamer with Next War Poland, but I would start them with Memoir 44, for example, and then kind of build up on that basis. You wouldn't want them to engage with OWS the first time they see a war game. They will be very scared and ask, what is this? What am I getting myself into? But if you show them, oh, here's a tank, and then here are your military people, and then they will come across, and these hexes actually show distance, and then you can kind of build up on that as you move forward. These would be my 2 suggestions while getting younger people into wargaming. Feel free to reach out to me to maybe get a conversation going, and then I'm happy to involve your students to the events that we are doing as well. We do a lot of international events.
Thank you very much, Ada. Again, as you would like to reach out to Ada, please contact directly. We can share your contact details if they are not, no, the slide's already gone. So we have them for sure. So if you have any questions, address them to us and we will forward them clearly to Ada. Thank you so much. So now we come to our last speaker, not of today, don't worry, but of this pillar, which is Dr. Tal Kubana, an accomplished expert at the intersection of artificial intelligence and energy, holding a PhD in technical. Oh yeah, thank you. From picture. Oh, can we go back to the slides, please?
Yeah. But go on in the meantime. I'm sure they will hear.
So he holds a PhD in technical sciences from Graz University of Technology in Austria. With a strong background in power systems, digitalizations, and data-driven business analysis, he has led multidisciplinary teams and managed complex projects with success. Dr. Hubana will present a case study today conducted by him, Dr. Hotchik, and Mr. Hiranda on how RT Analytics is powering military civil organizations with an innovative no-code AI platform. This platform allows non-experts to develop and deploy AI models securely and effectively without requiring coding skills while ensuring military-grade data security. So without further ado, please, the stage is yours, and I know Mr. Hiranda will join online and share some slides at some point. Good.
Yes.
Thank you.
So hello, everybody. My name is Tarek Hubana, and today I will present a presentation called Empowering Military Civil Organizations with No-Code AI Platforms. It's a joint effort of Professor Hodžić and my colleague, Faruk Herenda, who will join later online for the live demo of the app we prepared today.
The big one.
I'm pointing where. Okay. Good. So first, to set a scene shortly about the company, it's a Silicon Valley-based company called RT Analytics, but the majority of development team is actually in Bosnia and Herzegovina in Sarajevo, because we have a good access to talent there. Even this branch in Sarajevo is recognized as, can we get back? Okay. Even this branch in Sarajevo is recognized as an AI-focused company in the country, and the team is quite specific because we are on a crossroad of research, because we have 5 PhDs from AI domain, we have former math Olympians from the country, and a team of exceptional software engineers, and basically that's what is needed to make it in the AI domain. How the company works? Are you supposed to change the slides or?
Sure. Now it's working.
Okay. Sorry. So how the company works, just a short info. We have our own products, and today I will present one of these products that fits into this story. We have separate R&D sector where we publish papers. We filed a bunch of patents in the US to the US Patent Office, and we have specific projects with different companies. So if I could point out all things that I gathered from the discussions from this morning coffee and lunch and all the discussions, it would go like this. Academic institutions are slow in realizing projects when military needs them. We don't really trust AI models because somebody else built them, but we also don't have skills to build our own because we don't know really how to code in military domain. And even if we know, and if we know that models are good, we cannot use all of them because they are not deployed in a secure organization, which will bring us back to this categorization, classification bubbles and data security topics that we were speaking today. So all this somehow needs to be combined when we think about empowering organizations with new tools. And this is exactly what one of our products is. It's called DSML, short for Data Science and Machine Learning Platform. Basically, it's an agent-based AI platform that enables you to build AI models by using both private data or public data, depending on which use case you have or you wanted to deploy it in a secure domain. It's built for domain experts who know what their data are, but don't know how to build an AI model out of them. And these domain experts, since it's domain agnostic, basically it can be applicable to any domain, also military and civil domain. And why is this approach innovative? First of all, it automates data analysis. Every data scientist knows how data preparation is the messiest part of building models. And here we embedded the standard practices of data science, which means that the process of data cleaning, preparation, and shaping it into formats for training is fully automated. Why is it important? When you deploy it, when you build a model, not only language model. And now when we speak of AI, just a short clarification, when we speak of AI, 99% of non-domain experts will think of LLMs. It's not all in LLMs. Most business
situations are solved by much smaller models, like tabular models, like computer vision models that can detect aircraft or anything else. LLMs can do it, of course, but they are super massive and not really specialized for those topics. And the third point is all these cool LLMs cannot be deployed on-prem, or can, but they are super expensive, and most of us are using these commercially available softwares, which we cannot use with our own data. I mean, if you have something classified, you cannot drag and drop it to ChatGPT to provide you a summary, but we would like to be able to do that. How this platform from technical standpoints work, it can work as a standalone feature deployed on cloud or on-prem, where you basically ingest your data, private data, you get an automatically pre-processed data, you have automated training and hyperparameter search, which means for your use case, you will get the best possible model out there. You don't need to hire an AI scientist to do it. And once you deploy it, you can inference it, which means you can use new data to get a result out of that model. It can be installed in the enterprise IT system, where you can hook it up to the existing data flows and make some insights and then have reports or decisions based on it. Why is this platform different than others? Because it's heavily backed up by research. And here are just a couple of things that we are researching in the company, like new training methods called avalanche training methods. We have the procedure for model agnostic detection of bias in LLMs, because every LLM has a bias, no matter who builds it. Even if you build it, it will have bias, because that's just how the training process works. We have also new methods of training, feed-forward neural networks, dragging the process from state-based models from automation control, feature-based regression, time series methods, mixture of experts, CM models, heuristic strategy. Now it's all technical stuff, but basically all this is blended in the platform to ensure that your model that you're building is the best possible one, and to the extent we can, eliminate need for experts to build a model. So now I would like to demonstrate, actually my colleague Faruk will join, and demonstrate how in the remaining 10 minutes, we will try to build two models. So first model will be built using a very simple data set, because training takes time. So we took a very simple data set to build a mine detection model. So basically, we have data about mines, magnetic properties of the mines. So when you measure them, which type of soil, which type of magnetic activity, at which height, can detect which type of mine in soil it is. Once you train the model, if it's quite accurate, you can deploy that system into vehicle, and it can do that live. Of course, we found an open source data to demonstrate it. And the second use case will be to build something that was already shown many times, a chatbot built on classified documents. So you are able to query some classified questions through the chatbot. So since the platform can be deployed on-prem, it means basically you can use all your classified data to build these different models. So now for the remaining 10 minutes, I would like to ask my colleague to join online and give a live demo here.
Thank you for the introduction, Tarek. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen now, and just a moment. Share. And here we are. So I'm Faruk Herenda, and I'm an AI research scientist here at RT Analytics, and I would like to present our platform, DSML, as Tarek had already said. And I would like to start with the first model that was mentioned, that is the mine detection one. So here is our platform. This is how you would see it if you would use it. And let's first import our data. So here, this is the place where we choose the data that we would like to use and prepare it. And let's upload the file. And I had it prepared already. And that would be the mine dataset. And this part here is pretty straightforward. So we imported it, and now we have to give it a name. And let's call it just mine test humidity voltage. since these are the main elements of the dataset. Shortly, I will present the dataset. As Tarek mentioned, it is open source, of course. We don't have access to other stuff. So the main attributes, the input features, are the voltage that is detected by the mine sweeping sensor, the tools used to detect mines in the soil, how high is the sensor from the ground, and what's the soil type. What the soil type combined with the moisture conditions, and the target column, the classification target, is the mine type. So it's either not a mine, it's an anti-tank, anti-personnel, booby-trapped anti-personnel, or M14 anti-personnel. So that is the data set that we have, and I'm going back to our platform, and I will show you, we have to input a description here. This is most important if you are planning to use the dataset afterwards, so you would know how what is in the actual dataset and how do you plan to use it. Here we have to choose if the input file that we are using has headers, and if there are was the type of the column separators. For us, we are using CSV, comma separated values, so it's a comma, and here we have to choose a scenario. There are 4 scenarios here, as it usually is in artificial intelligence: classification, prediction, clustering of data, and forecasting. For this specific model, we are using data classification, since that's the 4 types of mines that we can have. So we have created the data set, and we can either choose to go to training or to do some more advanced preparation. And let's go do some more advanced preparation. So first thing, we have to choose the what's our target column, and that would be the M column for this specific data set. And the input columns, as shown in blue, are these 3 ones. So let's continue. Now, this is where our platform starts to shine. So usually when you are tackling these problems with tabular data, you have to worry about about outliers and how to remove them, which methods to employ, and there is a lot of those. Also, you have to normalize the data depending on the model that it will be used with. So and also you can do some dimensionality reductions, which are highly technical, highly mathematical operations. So in order for you not to worry about what to apply, actually, our platform suggests that for you. And based on the data set, it does whatever is appropriate for the specific data set to get the best performance for the given models. So we are going to apply the suggestions that are given by our platform, and now we can proceed further. And here we have our data set now totally ready, and we can choose it to go to training. And here, as you can see, our platform starts to train models, different models on the platform. And as you can see, there's a lot of different models that are being considered, and they are being ranked by the different metrics that they are evaluated with. Also, here you would have a lot of decisions to make regarding which specific model to use, what are its hyperparameters, how well it performs, how fast it is. Luckily, the RTDSML platform does that for you. And in a minute, we will have our model prepared. But in the meantime, let's go to the chatbots while this is training. So let's go to the chatbot aspect. So it's pretty straightforward. Just click on the chatbot and let's create it. So we prepared some documents which are related to the 1944 Anzio landing and generally the campaign in Italy in World War II, since this is, after all, a military conference. So let's call our, what should we call our chatbot? So Anzio expert, Anzio South Italy 1944 expert. And here you can choose many models, many language models with which you will train with the documents, well, with the knowledge base that you have. Here our platform offers models from OpenAI, Meta, Mistral. So the choices are many, and we're just going to use the Meta Llama 405 billion parameters model. And let's continue. And here we have to choose a knowledge base. So there are maybe some knowledge bases that you have, but let's create a new knowledge base. And first we have to upload some data. So let's add these two documents. It's pretty straightforward. You just upload them, enter the knowledge base name, ANSIO data, and also you here can add specific instructions for your model on how to process these documents and what to focus on. For now, there is no need to add anything here. Perhaps you might have something to censor, some different approaches for the documents, depending on the level in the structures with which the chatbot is used, if it's on a tactical, operational, or a strategic level. So they might need to focus on different aspects. Here also you can add question and answer pairs if you have to specifically censor something, or you don't, or if you want to have prepared answers for some questions. And the platform also allows, if you want to add websites which can be then scrapped. In other words, if you want to extract data from certain websites, if the platform has connection to the outer world, to the internet, then it can also do that. And here, let's add the second one. And our knowledge base is ready in just a second. Perfect. And it's created. And now we have the knowledge base here now. It's unlinked since we haven't used it before, and we linked it. And let's create a personality for our chatbot. Let's call it military expert. Here you can define the behavior and the personality basically of the chatbot that you would be using. This allows a great deal of customization. Whatever you need, you can, if you can put it into words, you can do it. Here is also the temperature, so-called temperature. This basically defines on how much freedom the model chatbot has when it comes to responding to your requests or your, answering to your questions. We're going to leave it at 0.27. And here I have a small personality that I prepared. And let's go. Personality is ready, and we can schedule the training. It should be done pretty quickly. These models train very, very quickly, depending on, of course, the amount of documents that have been placed for it to train. And we're just gonna wait a second here. Usually these operations, of course, do not last long. Everything is ready in just a couple of minutes. Like here, we are already at 70% after, what is it, 9 minutes? Not so much. So the models are prepared pretty quickly. And here, the chatbots are also prepared pretty quickly. And as you can see here, we have it and it's ready. And we can immediately try it. So, okay, so this chatbot has been fed some military documents regarding the landing at ANSIO. And this one is a document a report from American armor that was used in the landing for ANSIO. So we have these, and let's go and test this. And I'm going to ask this just a question: what were the Allies facing at ANSIO, and how come these forces appeared there? Since the landing was a surprise on the 22nd of January 1944, if I remember correctly. So here our chatbot starts to respond, and it is mentioning the specific units, divisions, their types, if it's a parachute, if it's infantry. Also, it extracted information regarding which one it is exactly. And after it outputs everything, it formats it nicely for your pleasure. So, and then we are also given information based on the context on where these units exactly are. So imagine if you're having a report that you have to summarize quickly, and to get the information where these units are, where are some units, wherever they are. This chatbot is obviously using that. And here it also tells us that where these units come from. Some were deployed from Russian front, some came from Italy, some were in the local reserves. And let's ask it further. So we know that the Gustav line was south of the Anzio landing, and that's why Anzio landing was done, because the Gustav line was a very formidable fortification for the Allies that was delaying them. So let's ask it which units have been moved from the Gustav line to Anzio. So what was the actual impact of the landing? And as we can see here, based on the context, the 6 divisions had to be moved from the Gustav line to the Anzio landing, but it was definitely not enough. And let's ask it one more questions to give us the exact structure of these divisions and under which command were they. And here it can give us information regarding the specific corps. It already mentioned the 10th Army and some other like higher up elements in the structure. And in the end, it says that it was in the Army Group C. And here it is a very good thing that it does not assume. It says it's not explicitly mentioned, but it is possibly. So the hallucination element of these LLMs is a bit nicer. And this was the demonstration of how our prepared chatbot, is able to handle military documents. And as you can see here, these are not perfectly ordered and they are a bit messy. So, you know, it's a bit of a real life situation. And that was our chatbot. The second model is done and our training is done as well. So now we can proceed. And let's just go back quickly to this. This is the mine detection data set that was used to create a model which will handle this. And as you can see here, we are given a variety of models which can be used, and we are given different metrics on how they behaved. And what is excellent is that we can immediately proceed to inference. That is, we can immediately use these models and we don't have to worry about anything. So let's use this model. And here I have a test data set prepared. So it's test data set here. So voltage, height of the sensor, and soil, the type of the soil combined with the humidity. So here you can upload the file or you can predict value by value. But since we have a file ready, we can do it immediately like this. So test data, and we can upload it. Okay, so as you can see, it works pretty quickly. Gives you what you need almost immediately. And let's check the predictions. So it seems it's behaving pretty well. Okay, another 2. Oh, well, here it made a small mistake. It classified it as a 2 instead of a 1, because this is 1, 2, and 2, 3. And basically, as far as here, the accuracy is pretty good. This, of course, is used something to assist the people who have to handle these types of problems of mine detection and removal. So as you can see, it is pretty straightforward, and in less than 20 minutes, we have a model ready for this, as well as a chatbot, which is capable of handling documents which could be of interest to you. So this was the RTDSML platform. I hope you like what you see, and I am open to questions.
Okay, thank you, Faruk. So the idea was just to demonstrate on very limited data sets how it works. Of course, it works with much larger ones. The largest chatbot that one of the clients uses has 21,000 scientific papers in a knowledge base, and it queries certain medical domain questions. So yeah, that's it. Thank you for your attention.
We have time for questions. So.
Yes, of course. No worries. We had a little bit delay, so don't worry. You don't have to rush. You have the right to answer questions. Please. Yes.
Can I just jump off? Have you done any sort of field testing with military units, or
no?
Like, do you have any plans to?
Well, not really, because the product that was built for different domains. It really doesn't matter what kind of the model's built in the same procedural steps every way. It depends on the domain where you plan to use it. So basically, we are giving the tool to expert who knows which kind of data sets he has to build a tool and then maybe test it internally. So in ideal scenario, somebody who's using it can use it to build a model within his organization, test it, whether it works fine, go back, try again, and loop for good results. So we didn't really go on in the field. For some other projects where we were doing some custom work on top of this, we did, but that's more in medical domain and cleaner energy domain, not in military.
Could be non-OCR documents for the chatbot?
Okay, define non-OCR.
The ones the text is not automatically detected.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, in the next version, not in this one that was showed, but in the next deployment, we built in a feature that scans basically everything and even reasons, figures, maps, and tables, which is usually something that is tricky with LLMs because they expect raw text.
Any questions from our online audience? All right. Now let's a very, very interesting project. Thank you once again.
Thanks. Very impressive. It was very interesting and inspiring to hear all of your presentations. And I think like we can grab a lot of inspiration also for our own wargaming projects here at the CCOE. And thank you to the audience in person and online for your attention. I think now we really deserve a coffee.
Yes.
So for the next half an hour, please help yourself. We have some snacks, some drinks, and some coffee over there. You can also stretch your legs, go outside, and we will meet back in this room at 3:10 p.m. Yeah? Roughly, half an hour, let's say. And same for the online audience. Thanks a lot for the attention. And see you soon.
Now we're on. We're on. Welcome back to the first iteration of acaCIMICs version 1 experimentation. I hope you had a refreshing and recharging break with some coffee and some snacks, and you could elaborate a little bit on what we've had so far. In this next session, we will focus now on one of the most exciting and critical aspects of civil-military cooperation, which is wargaming.
We have heard a lot about wargaming already, but we will continue for today.
Yes, and we will experience even more fascinating presentations. It's not a secret that wargaming plays a vital role in decision-making and strategy development, especially in complex and unpredictable environments, as we've heard a couple of times today. We have some fantastic presentations lined up, exploring innovative approaches to wargaming, how it enhances collaboration, and how emerging technologies like AI are revolutionizing the way wargames are conducted. So let's jump right in and continue our journey into the world of wargaming as we explore its transformative impact on CIMIC. Thank you again for being here. And now let's get started with the, thank you. So in that sense, I would like to introduce Robrecht Johannes Browns, a highly skilled and multidisciplinary professional with nearly 2 decades of experience in military operations, human geography, and geospatial intelligence. Bob's career spans leadership roles in the Royal Dutch Army, NATO-aligned programs, and cutting-edge work in geospatial analysis as the head of human geography at the Defence Geographic Agency. Today, he will explore a new approach to military planning and wargaming, one that reflects the complexities of our modern world, which is human geography-enabled wargame maps. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Bob Browns as he takes us through the groundbreaking approach that bridges geospatial intelligence and the cognitive dimension.
Yes, thank you. I need to grab my notes. Let's see. Do I start the presentation?
It should work.
Yeah, should work. Try to click.
The big one.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Hi, my name is Bob Browns. So I have a background in graphic design and over 10 years of service in the military. And I ended up as an NCO and then I left for civil service.
And now I am the Dutch representative for the human geography team. And in this presentation, I will explore the integration of human geography into wargame maps as a way to better reflect modern conflicts. So this is the agenda. We'll talk about what is human geography, why do we take part in the international program for human geography, how we visualize our data. I will give you an example of Baghdad, and we have the map in the back for the people that are attending live. Then we'll talk a bit how we can integrate it into war games, and I'll end with the conclusion. So what is human geography? It's the study of how people interact with their environment and each other, culturally, socially, politically, economically. And while traditional military planning focuses on topography or infrastructure and logistics, the human geography asks who lives here, how do they organize themselves, what do they believe, and how do they communicate? So these questions help us to define collective identities or identify the human terrain. So for example, religious practices might affect daily routines. Political affiliation may signal potential hotspots for unrest, and language can influence how messages are received or misunderstood. Or by identifying vulnerable minorities, you can anticipate points of friction or present opportunities for engagement. So this is very interesting in the current day conflicts, where winning the local population can be as important as any kinetic success. So during my presentation, you will see on the right side some of our maps. In this case, this is the north of Israel, where you will see the blue area that represent the Jewish population, the green area, Palestinian Muslim population. And the north is especially interesting because of the diverse groups that are also there, such as Bedouin, Druze, Palestinian Christians, and even some more smaller groups. So why do we take part in the IPHG? It stands for International Program for Human Geography. So in the Dutch Defense Organization, several units were independently producing human geography data, and they were often unaware of each other. So parallel efforts were happening. While this highlights the shared recognition of human geography, it also revealed the problem that time and resources were spent on a process that is very labor intensive, fragmented throughout the organization, and sadly plagued by duplication. So in 2021, the Dutch Defense Geographic Agency formed our team. We are of 4, and we joined the International Program of Human Geography with the goal to become the central point within the Dutch Defense Organization for all human geography data, and not only produce the data, but also integrate the data in the current and future conflicts or operations. So the IPHG is a consortium of nations that will generate high quality standardized human geography data that are easily interchangeable between the participating nations. In the left lower corner, you see the nations that are currently participating. Most of them are NATO members, but not all of them. And our data sets take months to produce and research. And when we have finished the data set, we offer them to the program, and in return, we get 5 other programs or projects back. So that increases our capacity immensely. Now, data is one thing, and as you can see, data is just lines and text, and it's very boring. It doesn't speak to you. So we asked ourselves, how can we make this more appealing? And that was by visualizing this data. We asked ourselves, how can we make it more engaging and more usable, especially for those outside of the Intel or Geo community?
Civil militaire cooperation.
So we started trying different ways to visualize the data. And we started with infographics. They are a good way to visualize all the data, but by visualizing everything, you lack focus, and maybe you're showing actually nothing because there's so much information on it. So we tried story maps next, and they are a way to interactively show spatial layers with narrative layers, and they can guide you through a history of a cultural group, for example, but they're still locked in a computer screen, and people need to know a bit about the software to use it. So ultimately, we landed on thematic maps, and one of the primary benefits of a thematic map is its ability to effectively communicate complex information. And the use of colors, symbols, and other visual elements help to convey the information in a good way. So these maps can illustrate ethnic distribution, where different groups are located and how dense these populations are. And they also provide an opportunity to elaborate on the cultures that are being displayed through text boxes. So in these text boxes, we will put information on local customs, history, tradition, etc. Now our maps, as you see in the example shown, are now used for education within the military, mission orientation, or as reference maps. Cultural property protection uses them. And being an easily printable map is also a benefit, because we usually find people studying the map, and they are a way to invite users to look into the data, because the data set that we create is only 10% of what you see on the map. So we'll take a closer look on how we create these maps. So for NATO mission in Iraq, we were tasked to create a map that displays the cultural factors that should be taken into account by the force protection detachment that was over there. So we decided to create an ethno-sectarian map with religious points of interest. Now here you see the basic layout of the city. It shows roads, railways, the Tigris River. You'll see some names of neighborhoods or districts. And together with the Cultural Property Protection Bureau of our own CIMIC department, we researched religious buildings and their denominations into a points of interest data set, and you'll see them appear on the screen right now. And there's a little legend next to it that shows what color corresponds to what religion. So you have purple for Christian buildings or churches, and the green is for Islamic buildings, and the shades of green represent the different denominations like Shia and Sunni. These points are not just a point on the map. In the data set, they are filled with information about opening hours, human capacity, what does the building look like, what's the structure of the building, and much more information. So when you put these dots on the map, you can already see some patterns emerge, like the Christian churches are east of the center. So that tells something about the shared ideology in that area. Now we can enrich the map further by coloring each neighborhood to represent the dominant group in the area. So here you will see the yellowish green for the Sunni people, dark green for Shia, and purple for the Christians again. Orange is for mixed areas, or where the majority could not be established. And the gray parts are unpopulated, unknown, or areas such as universities or industrial areas. So with these layers combined, you will start to see the contours of the ethnic landscape, giving a very tangible sense of who lives where. For military purposes, we've added the military grid system. So each square is a square kilometer. And we added even more human geography data, as such as days of celebration. It shows the Islamic, Christian, and national holidays. Now this map gives you the tools to plan your action, taking into account all these factors. And as I said, there are several copies now in Baghdad with in the operations room there. And this gave us the idea, if these maps are valuable operationally, they must be valuable for wargaming. So we'll get to wargaming. Now, the traditional wargames often focus on terrain features, unit positions, logistical lines, and combat outcomes. And although wargames can be multi-domain, they often neglect the human domain. So within the CIMIC framework, human geography data can be used to get most out of a wargame. And to test this idea, we made a war game map over Moldova that's also here present in the back of the room. So I invite you to take a look at it after my presentation. And we found that during other war games, the focus of, for example, information operations was mainly on the capital. And using our human geography war game map, participants focused on other groups present in the area. And the questions asked were, what's the political affiliation? What's their stance towards the government? And what language do they speak? What's the history? And how can we use that to their and our advantage? So by visually embedding the ethnic groups, the religious buildings, and other human geography data onto the wargame map, players were forced to consider the civilian dimension in their course of action. So this approach shifts the focus from purely kinetic outcomes to more nuanced understanding of the human impact, and making the game not just more realistic, but more relevant to modern CIMIC operations. Now, the datasets that we produce can also be used for scenarios. They are filled with cultural information, but also have a lot of demographic statistics, often taken from local census. So think of economics, political preferences, dependency ratios, poverty, crime, and many more demographics. Languages, for example, what's the official language, or more importantly, which language is spoken where? And where are the different age groups? What's their preferred media consumption? Seniors are more likely to read the paper than teens, who are probably consuming their media online. And what part of the population is illiterate? Where are they located? All these factors can be taken from the dataset and used to create a scenario. Apart from putting the cultural groups on the map, we can also create diagrams or charts or graduated color maps and use them to support the war game by hanging posters on the wall showing where do the political affiliations are more prevalent. And we can enhance them with perception maps, attitude maps, or show where social networks or what type of social networks are used. A map that shows the sphere of influence of major parties and many more. Now, these datasets of ours are standardized in such a way that they can be easily accessed and easily used for any new area of interest that you should have. And we are now in the process of developing a new human geography enabled course of action war game with our multi-domain warfare education center. And that will be given to in the military academy to our cadets. But it brings us to my conclusion that we think that human geography enabled wargame, the wargame maps can ensure that cultural factors are not treated as an afterthought, but will be an integral part of mission planning, especially for civil military interaction. And this approach can elevate the course of action war games. Now, we are just starting to look at the potential of the human geography data in war games, so I'd love to hear your questions or your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Are there any questions from our audience? Yes.
It's a combination of a comment and a question, I guess. First off, yeah, I'm really glad that you would have this presentation. So literally what I've been doing in West Africa, West and Central Africa, mapping cultural ethnic groups in relation to paramilitary Russian influence. I have a question regarding how do you kind of dictate, well, it's a two-part question, I'm sorry, but how do you dictate cultural relationships between, like, for instance, ethnic rivalry? And also, how do you get the data that you map?
Yeah, a great question. So the data that we map is all based on open source info, so no intel, because we like to share it easily. And I have 4 researchers in my team, and they have all studied human geography or archaeology or a similar field. And we just look at academic papers and go around the country looking for centers that have knowledge, maybe museums or cultural advisors from the region. And we collate all this data into the data set, but it takes quite a while to gather it all and make sense of it and put it in the data set.
So do you ever incorporate field studies?
We haven't yet, but now with the map in Baghdad, we are planning to, because we've created it beforehand. And now there are units at the location. So we'd like to get the feedback loop started to embellish the data or maybe add points that they have found or correct things that we have maybe made a mistake in.
Yeah, I've found that, especially in terms of agencies within these countries, for instance, like I know that there's a huge GIS center in Kinshasa in the Congo that offers, you know, the same thing in terms of data that goes back into the last century. So they're there.
Okay. We haven't looked into Africa yet, personally, so.
Another question.
Please. That's a really quick question. The Moldova stuff you have would be fantastically useful. So did you say you're happy to share?
It's depends on if I produce the data as the Netherlands or if we use the data from the pool, because then there are different rules that apply, and Moldova has been produced by Romania. And I'm not sure what organization you're from, but we can discuss afterwards and we'll see what's possible.
Thank you.
Okay.
Always great to see you, fellow geographer. I was just wondering, which do you work with any NGOs or other people on the ground outside of the military to both collect and distribute the data? Because I know some NGOs who would be really quite keen on these sorts of technical structures to add data into.
Okay, yeah, well, we don't, but other members in the program, they use universities to collect the data. So there is, every nation has a different approach, but we as the Netherlands have not yet done that. But we're still getting started. So we're now trying to build a network. So that's also a reason why we're here. But we're currently not, no.
So, as I understood, you are analyzing papers and everything that's available to manually enter georeferenced points. Is that correct?
Also, yeah, but mainly to get the cultural information from these documents. And we actually do use AI sometimes to look for information. Because you can, for example, instead of control find, we just ask, is there any information about cultural group X? And without the name of the group being mentioned, the LLM can understand the context and still show the data.
Yeah, that was first part of the question. The second is, do you have the temporal component? Because especially in these conflicting areas, it's changing.
Yeah.
So you need to either update it frequently, or you just make an assessment with a certain time step.
Yeah, so now they're like snapshots. And so when the data set is created, it's finished. But of course, there are some areas that are of more interest to us. And then we will keep updating them. Or if a new census should be published, then we can also, of course, revise the data and update it.
Census takes in these areas 10 years at least.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. But it's not a living document, if you might expect that.
Yeah, I was wondering the trade-off of the quantity of information you put in front of wargame participants, because we sometimes see data literacy issues, or if you have a varying participants at the hierarchy, basically, there's variations in data literacy. So how do you decide on what's your trade-off in putting the amount of information or the data layers in front of your participants? Do you assess them beforehand on what they can meaningfully process or absorb in support of a war game? Or?
Yeah, so when the war game, for example, is given to cadets, it's very different to senior officers. So we look at that, and now we have decided with the Warfare Education Center to brief the participants on the map, because sometimes they have no clue or they don't even see that cities have a different color. So we brief them now, but we liked the education center to brief them in the future. But we're still in the process of developing the war games based on this data.
And related to the previous questions was that how do you then also give these frames about the quality, like the timestamp of the data or possible gaps in relation to the decisions or assumptions people make in the game?
Yeah, so we tell a bit about the research to answer those questions. And they are mostly in the legend of the map. You can find that, the disclaimers, as you will.
Great. Thank you very much, Bob.
See if the online audience has any question. We don't want to forget the people joining online. So feel free to raise your hand and count. One second. If not, I would like to thank.
Scans already.
Yeah. I would like to thank. Okay, so now it's my pleasure. Our next presenter, Robert Saunders, founder of acaCIMICs Industrial Automation BV and part-time lecturer at Rotterdam Academy. Robert combines expertise in industrial automation with a passion for education and is the author of 2 books on learning Python. Please join me in welcoming Robert Saunders. So today, there's a picture? Yes. Today, Robert, alongside his colleague Wesley Bly-Livens, will present their exciting research on VR integration for tabletop wargaming. This innovative project explored the integration of VR technology into tabletop wargaming, transforming traditional gameplay into a dynamic 3D visualization in the battlefield. Their work brings a fresh perspective on how virtual reality can enhance strategy, planning, and collaborative interaction in wargaming environments, especially for civil military operations. So, without further delay, the floor is yours, and I'm looking forward.
So I go to the next slide. Yes. Okay, so thank you very much for having us. I'm going to present this on the fly. So we are thinking about a different view on wargaming, a strategic foresight on this page. So first, what we can do is a short introduction, who we are, what we do, and our background, so you have a little bit of an idea on what's coming. So it's about virtual reality, or what kind of virtual reality we use, how do we use it, those kind of things. Next up is a game has to be designed, a war game has to be designed. So there are elements in this, how to design this. At some point, when this is designed, you need to play it. You need to roll this situation. And afterwards, you have the reporting. Reporting is one of the most important things because that's where you get your skills and what happened. So after that, analysis. Analysis, how can we improve? How can we make this better? How can we make the cycle shorter or better, cost effective? And short recap. That's the way our presentation looks. So move to the next. acaCIMICs is the company that I founded, and as you can see, that my name is Robert Saunders, the founder of it. In industrial automation, we are specialized in fully automatic cranes. We do this in industrial setting, programming the software, commissioning, PC software and so on. As you heard, I'm an author of 2 books learning Python, and there it on TV, how it's done, explaining people how industrial software works. Part-time lecturer, I take my knowledge from the industry back to the classroom, willing for it. And of course, I need to keep learning too. My partner and associate, Wesley Bly-Livens, he's extensive knowledge and experience in gaming, leading a company with VR games, and he produced and worked on several titles. So also busy with his master in business to make sure that we can keep up. Company, what we're going to do is we're going to show you a different perspective. That's our goal. We want to get going with virtual reality. But virtual reality, as most of things, is like this. But this is not really. Imagine that you step into a world that you can walk freely around with no tethering, no holding on. This is the magic of free roam VR. Free roam VR, what we do in it, we have a room with markers on the floor. That is basically what we need. Why? Because then the system knows where you are and how to walk around. For instance, like this. If you have this room, then you need participants. Participants running in this scene, in this room, can walk around, they can do the thing. We can have remote participants because we are in a digital room. We can incorporate people from outside. Spectators, people that do not actively play the game, but observe and maybe adjust a little bit of participation. So total immersion, that is the key. If you are completely inside this environment, the experience is different. So if you see that test your instincts and teamwork, but under pressure. Why? Because something happens. As soon as you step inside this world, you feel different. You experience things. Your heart rate starts to go up because now it's real. You see everything around you. You see the environment. You have a different perspective on whatever you're experiencing. And this experience is the important key factor in the study. So the wargame needs to be designed. So designing, you heard from our neighbor in the back of the thing, that you need a dilemma. Well, so excuses for the choppy pictures because we need to limit the PowerPoint because Captain already had to remove Hollywood pictures. Thank you for your sacrifice. But what we need is we want to have spatial awareness. That is the clue if you have this immersive world. Because I'm walking inside this world, I have this level, this height. I can see, hey, it's not possible to have a direct line of vision to a certain point. I can use terrain. We heard from our friend Bob that you have geographic information about religions, terrain, things like for my logistics, how can I go from one part to the other part? Is there a real road? Is it just some obstacles in the way, like this lunch we heard that we have obstacles like a bunch of sheep. So these kind of things, this is because you're in the world, you're seeing it, and seeing it is something different. Remember that if you have this feeling that you will have to go somewhere you've never been before, then you open Google Maps, and what do? We take this puppet and drop it on the plane. So we are Street View. Now if you, okay, that's the parking situation. Now I know what to do. So this is the same experience, but even more intense because I'm inside this world. I'm not looking at it, I'm inside. So with objectives, you can walk around. You have the island, a little bit back to my notes. You can walk around the island just like you would. I have a different view because I'm looking at this, it's different than I'm looking over here. Because the immersion, the real interaction inside the world, it makes a huge, huge difference. So when you need to game, there's a different point. The strategic foresight. You have your troops, they have some battleships, and as soon as you see this, you have a lot of items. Now we have only battleships, but you can see if you walk out of the area, we can make them tokens because otherwise you have a lot of details all the way around. And most of the time at this level, you want to move strategic big movements. So you select a unit, for instance, you point at it, and then you have options. What do I want to do? How do I engage with this unit? What do you need to do? So, for instance, here you have a little list status. You could see, for instance, how's the food supply, how's the fuel supply, what do they carry, and so on. So, for instance, you can call a recon mission, and a recon mission is like observing troop movements, selected. We have Intel because I'm inside the world. I can walk away, I can take a distance, I can come closer. These are my options. So now I can see, okay, this is what I want to do. Where do I want to move my troops? I can engage with the action that I selected. Recon from over there to over there. This is what I want. So now I have to select it and then energize, like they say, and then start to engage. So this is the action. As soon as I've laid the course, I can step back and then view, okay, this is going to be my action. So what I understood is that most war games are turn-based. So this is the action that's going to happen. So the next party can do this. But at some point, because I'm in a real digital world, I can also make it move. So these are moving, and it takes time to go from there over there. So in that time, what are the decisions? I don't have to be turn-based. I can be interactive right away. Hey, I see this movement because in real life we have satellites and so on. So what's my counter move? This is my counter move. The people inside the room, you can walk around, you can interact with each other, you can communicate. What do you want to say? When do you want to move? What is your action? Those kind of things make it highly, highly interactive. So, and therefore immersive. So this is my move. Everybody can see that this is my move. What is your counter action? So at some point, if you have done this, then you have reporting. Reporting is the thing that gives you all the information. I mean, in the digital world, everything can be recorded. All my movements, you see me walk around, you see me look at several places, and these information can provide me later on with some data to analysis. So, of course, documentation is still possible, like in your school or whatever they use now. But I can do one more better. I can report this. I can also have a report from the point of view of one participant or point of view of the other participant. Some whole different perspective. Because that one is looking at something for some reason. We can ask them afterwards. The other thing is that the terrain awareness, sounds like a small thing, but this is crucial. Because as soon as you see how the terrain is laid out, you make different decisions. As soon as you encounter obstacles, different plans, sideways, you have different options. So the communication between the players or the participants is also direct. Do I hesitate? Is my action swift or does it take time? Why do I do this? Why did I do that? All those kind of things are recorded. You can see that the logistics, for instance, if I move through from there to there, it takes time. Does it arrive on time with that? If we see the things move, we can predict the time of arrival. Of course, you can calculate, but seeing and undergoing, it makes a lot of difference. So these kind of things is crucial. We have seen that in different documentation. I won't call them studies because too much PhDs here. These are just people writing about what their feeling is. If they are immersed, total immersion, then they learn more and deeper. For instance, I have Spanish on my list for a long time. Never used it, but when I'm on a holiday, hey, maybe it's a good time to take up my Spanish. So Spanish all around, I'm learning it much quicker. Afterwards, I don't do anything in it, that's a different story. But this is the immersion. The immersion makes the difference. So after you have all the reporting, and mind you again, that the reporting comes from different places. I have multiple streams that I'm recording. I can now do the analysis. Why did somebody behave like this? Why didn't he change? Why is it looking every time at that side? Why didn't he check that side? Why did he move forward? Why didn't he go backward? If I gave the command, do I want to interrupt it? Yes or no? What are my advantages? And the whole thing is that we have participant local, but also possible from remote. This is a cost saving for traveling, but also probably to start a game quicker, because now you don't need to schedule people coming around with agendas, hotels, and what. So these things help and give you new things. Another huge advantage in analysis afterwards is that if I have these different streams, I can show these streams and combine them. So what is the total view? Give me from participant 1 and participant 3 with the overview speed. So what happens? How do we do this? How do we use it? Those kind of things. Next thing is that if you have these things, then you have the situation that if you see something, you might believe it. If you hear it, you question it sometimes. But if you experience it, that's something different. I can see that's a thunderstorm coming, fine. Buddy calls me up, you're a thunderstorm. I say, yeah, probably bad. Sure. But if I'm in the thunderstorm, sorry,
I can bring you water if you want.
but if I'm in the thunderstorm, then the people ask me about it, and then, it was the thunderstorm, the mother of thunderstorm, because wow, it was heavy, it was. Well, I experienced it, and because I experienced it, I relive it. I can even tell you that my trousers were flopping, my shirt was almost pulled off, and all those kind of things. Why? I have extra information because I experienced it. All different ballgame. So all these things make sure that I can conclude that we have many things. Local and remote. This is, I don't know, one of the things that it makes a real difference. It makes a real difference because now I can have people in one place having a room where they can start the war game. Other people in another location can do the same. The spectators could be just inside this plane or controlling the game, because I heard from different other people that you have the game controller, somebody who interferes with the game but is not participating, he can change the rules or change the scenarios. These kind of things can be handy if you don't have to be physically in the same location. You know? A visual report can bring somebody else up to speed. So you have to imagine that not everybody is participating in these workings, but sometimes you want to lay the information to an expert. We heard this morning in another presentation that experts verify how things went and do the action report. But now you can almost relive the situation because you have the visuals from the scene. You can make different cuts, like a director cut. I want to see that part combined with that part. All these options make it interesting to get other people outside of this board game inside. So another thing is that if you have this, then the battlefield is much bigger. It is not like a different small thing that you have an upgrade. Okay, now we have digital farm, but no, it is immersive, and immersive means that the total package comes with it. So we've seen that. So in conclusion to all of this, we have a different view on this. A different experience will be a different experience. We still need all the other parts, but the data as we presented can, for instance, from the chart, can come from Bob. We have the other colleague who can create the dilemmas. All these things can be combined to make a immersive experience, basically. So that's our take. I'm sure we change your perspective on this and the feeling. Excuse me for coughing, but thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. Remains very interesting subject, virtual reality.
Thank you.
So we've done some research also on virtual reality, and I was very much triggered by the reporting because I also see it as a big advantage.
Yeah.
And so maybe interesting to know, we've had a program called Tailored Immersion, and we looked at, that was a Navy training. It's called Tactical Floor, where they map out strategic situations, and we used virtual reality to do that virtually. And so we experimented, for example, with situation awareness, because you can measure where someone's focused and see like, okay, he has seen this object on this strategic situation, or he hasn't seen it.
Yeah.
Like you say, in the reflection, and you can, someone will say, oh, but I considered that, but I didn't think it was important. Absolutely. That facilitator will be able to say, oh, but you didn't see it, so maybe we can track back and see what's really happened.
Yeah.
And so it's
another thing that too is if you have this religion situation, we hear this bias every time. So when I encounter somebody, I'm also biased. So maybe I don't take action because my bias says I shouldn't, or I doubt, or whatever. So these things can be spoken of later on in the analysis phase. So thank you for pointing out.
And maybe if one critical question, which I'm interested in. So what we see with VR is that because it's so realistic, the expectation of the realism is also incredibly high.
Yes.
And if you don't match that, you get into the uncanny valley.
Yeah.
And that can be, well, if you, for example, for mission preparation, it can be.
So that's why we switched to focus. Right? You see in the units, you have the battleships, and then if you look, it becomes like a pond. So that makes sure that the realism is put in perspective. From hey, we are working with that, but we're working with large groups. It's not that thing especially. So what we try to hide is the realism of the chart, the areas and those kind of things, because those give you the extra information that you need to make your decision. But the other things you saw lines and so on. It is still in a simulated environment. That's actually true. Becoming too real, then people start expecting that it is real. So like waves on the water and all those kind of things. Maybe somebody maybe pina colada at the beach. Those kind of things, but that's not what the goal is. So some things you need to leave explicitly, not details.
Yeah.
So that's what you, and of course it's handy for frame rate and so on. But yeah, good thing. Thank you.
Can I have a question? Is there another question, maybe from our online community? Yeah, that was too quick. If there is a question, you might be able to speak up.
Okay. Sorry. Hi, my name is Lena Bedell. I'm a postgraduate student at Leiden University working in crisis and security management. And so my question about your presentation, by the way, very interesting research and software that you're developing. I find it quite fascinating, but specifically in regard to the conversation that we were having earlier about civil-military cooperation and the communication between cultures, in a way, from military culture to civilian or academics. What kind of impact do you think that this kind of software, especially virtual reality, where you're able to share your reality with someone else in that way, what kind of impact do you think that this kind of software would have on communication between branches or between sectors? And how do you explicitly facilitate this in your work?
Okay, so interesting question. Talking in a VR environment is just by the microphone, you can hear each other, no problem. Depending on your setting, you have probably some people who are classified to understand and to participate. If you go from between cultures, for instance, that's an interesting thing to use in your analysis. So in your analysis part, if you have these conversations, then you can say, okay, was it necessary to use that tone? Or was it necessary to use those words? Or how do you approach something like that? Because now you can really set the scene in such a way that we have, like, for instance, military people, but we can also have participants acting as civilians. So what is the conversation at that point? And that is very interesting. Because what we have sometimes with Middle Eastern people is that we find it very hard to recognize if they are angry or happy or sad or those kind of things. So it makes an interesting interaction. And how do we do this in the software? Yeah, it's basically communication, so it's audio. We don't have like analysis or something like that provisioned. Does this answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much.
And I've seen another question, maybe in the chat from Professor Peacock.
Many thanks. And the total immersion and the data gathering potential, they're both really interesting. And when looking back, when replaying the data afterwards, do you find that players react to that if they are seeing replays of themselves and discussing that or after action? I'm curious as to how you present that to them and how they respond.
Yeah, that's interesting. This is the concept, right? So this is something that we see as a new way of using this, of how to use it. And so these conversations, I imagine that it's same like in a corporation that we say, okay, like a functioning discussion with your employee. Okay, how did you handle this situation? Why did you do it this way? So at this point you can do this. You can have like a room review that you say, okay, here's the whole team, and we review, we play it on a big screen, and we review our action. But you can also take somebody apart. If you say, hey, what you did in there, why did you do it? It's the second time or the third time that we see you handling like this. Is it the appropriate reaction? So it's like a normal conversation, I think. Good news, bad news conversation. That's what I imagine.
Thank you.
There you go.
Right, and one last question from
So I have a two-part question. First, did you organize so far a virtual event in this environment, or it's still a concept?
Yeah,
it's still a concept.
Yeah.
Okay, and how much time do you foresee you need for preparation? Because there's a lot of prep here.
Yes, correct. So there are a lot, and a lot is also relative because probably you may think. Right. The thing is that when you combine the forces, so if I have chart data, if I have the dilemma coming in, then basically it's nothing like creating the environment that things are really recorded, that people can walk in a room, that you basically create a platform. That's basically the idea. And the other things are the benefits that you get out of it. And it's also easy then to switch from scenario because it's basically loading new maps and here you go, new dilemma, ChatGPT generates, and yeah, here you go. Yeah, do we need some development? Absolutely. And it's going to be at least more than 6 months, but detailed planning, we haven't done that now.
I would like to emphasize on that. This is Wesley speaking, by the way. I'm here online.
Of course, the whole concept leans on existing VR free roam gaming technology. So we're actually renting those technologies and then translate it into a board game, to more detailed board game. And one of the other things that I would like to add on the presentation is that you can start with a area with the size of 3 by 3 meter. So that's 9 square meters, but you can upscale this to whatever you want, going up to 100 meter by 100 meter. You can play with 2 people, you can play with 16, you can play with 64 in real time, and also on several different locations once again. So you don't need to be physically on the same location to actually play the game. And later on, you can enrich the simulation with AI if you wanted to, so you could even play it alone. Thank you.
Just wondering, how well does this system cope with buildings? It's always lovely, sort of big topographical map, but could you also use it to be immersed inside buildings or around buildings?
In principle, yes, because it all becomes from the data that we get. So if you see that how Google Maps, for instance, also generates 3D images of buildings, the same data can be used. So then you have if you want to go inside and it needs to be prepared, then data models have to be built of the data. But basically, it's the VR thing. So like the VR games, really, you can also do these things, walk in buildings, find zombies and do that. But for us, it's more on a strategic level. So it's more like the wargaming, play.
Yeah, because I was just wondering if you have a very sensitive environment like a heritage site,
Mhm.
like Oregon, teaching CPP units on how to basically operate in a sensitive environment while still under combat conditions could be incredible.
Yeah,
But I don't think it's been done yet.
No, we haven't done still a concept, but possibilities are endless.
From the outside of the building, you also can construct with AI inside products, and then you know how you do your operation to come into the building on the most safest and effective way.
It's a simulation center, land warfare. That's opstelling, set up where they do tactical training in buildings. I can imagine that's set up like that. Could also be used for those means.
Yeah, that'd be great. There's still a bit of a gap there between doing sort of large scale things and actually really dealing with sensitive, like really sensitive materials, fragile sites, things like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I think that also sorry, one nice thing that I would like to add on that is that one of the main advantage, if you ask me about the whole VR thing, is also the layering of information. So once you want to zoom in, you see more. If you zoom out, you see less, and all dynamic in the same environment that you're actually seeing, and you can choose how much you want to see. So yeah, thank you.
Right, thank you. I'm pretty sure we will elaborate on that later on once we hit the icebreaker. But thank you so much. It was very interesting.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. Let's come to the next one. I'm very excited to welcome now a dynamic trio of TNO, which combines scientific insight, operational experience, and innovative thinking in the field of simulation, security, and strategic decision-making. First, we have Gwenda Leiden, founder of Tilt, known for creating cutting-edge tools to counter online manipulation, from designing serious gaming like Bad News and Cat Park to advising NATO and international partners on cognitive warfare and disinformation. Gwenda brings both operational depth and behavioral strategy expertise to today's discussion. Joining her is Rudy Bonekamp, if I pronounce it correctly. Okay. Scientific researcher at TNO's Learning and Workforce Development Department. Rudy is an expert in wargaming and simulation with a strong focus on interactive technologies for education and training. His work includes, for example, the development of the Go For It civil-military collaboration game, widely used to enhance practical CIMIC skills. Completing the team is Bauti Kistemaker, education scientist at TNO and PhD researcher at King's College London. With over 13 years of experience in NATO and UN missions, she focuses on learning transformation within security organizations. Together, they will lead today an interactive micro workshop on CIMIC in multi-domain operations and the whole of society approach to security. So get ready to build some war games together and to have some interactive session. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I'll kick it off. Then I'll give it over to my colleague Glenda, who will explain the relevance of this game for the CIMIC domain. And Boukje will be our facilitator for today. So welcome in this interactive session. We're talking about the multi-domain operation reflex game. It's an experimental game, so it's in development as we speak. So if you see some things that are not perfect yet, well, thanks for your feedback. We'd like to hear it. This is what we'll do. I'll introduce it we'll introduce it together in 5 minutes. We'll play and reflect 10 plus 10 minutes, and then we'll close off. And it will be a very quick session, a very fast-paced session. Get ready for it. But what are we doing exactly? So we're doing research on multi-domain operations. That's one of our research programs. And so we have to develop a framework competencies that someone needs to operate in a multi-domain manner. And so these mindsets, these knowledge, these skills, we have translated into design choices for MDO games. We've developed 5 concepts for these MDO games. And so one of those 5 concepts we'll present and play today, MDO Reflex. And so the idea of this concept is very quickly experience what is multi-domain operations, because it's such an abstract paradigm. And also people will ask the question, why do we have again a new paradigm? What is the advantage? That's something that we want to experience in this game. We play it in a simplified fictional scenario, and you'll have quick challenges of 15 minutes. And in normal situations, you'll play like 4 or 5 of these challenges and learn by failing and eventually succeeding. So we'll do just one challenge today. And what we'll see, hopefully, is that you can achieve effects in these different dimensions. So the cognitive dimension, the virtual dimension, and the physical dimension. Of course, these dimensions will be interrelated with each other. You'll use activities and capabilities to achieve these effects. And what we will also do is that we'll use an AI-powered model that will tell you something about effectiveness and the interactions of what your strategic plan is. What do you learn from it? Well, hopefully experiencing the advantages of the MDO paradigm, apply MDO guiding principles such as interconnectivity, agility, unity, and creativity. Experience these convergence of effects because they're not isolated, they're working together, they're interacting together. And have an open mind for creative solutions. So, well, you may be attached to certain capabilities from certain actors. Can you move around in that a little bit? What is the role in CIMIC as well? But for that, I'll give it over to Gwen.
Yeah, as a former CIMIC officer and also involved in Stratcom, and many of the communication and engagement capabilities, they have to work together, and there is still a very, let's say, expeditionary idea and experience in how we've been conducting CIMIC, but in the multi-domain operations concept, with the whole of society approach, and where we can see that the host nation area and the back area and the operations area, especially in the gray zone, they are overlapping. And so this also gives a great opportunity to rethink what is CIMIC's role. How do they cooperate with host nation? Where do they overlap? How do they divide their activities? And also how do they relate to public affairs, to Stratcom? So now for this scenario, it's more of a generic one and a small one. And then on the 17th of September, when we have the Foresight conference, yeah, for a couple of days, we'll be back, and then we'll play several scenarios, and then there will be a specific focus also on the position of CIMIC and MDO and like rethinking this capability. Thank you.
Yes. I didn't use this yet, but it should be easy. So this is our scenario for today. We just saw some virtual reality and more digital games. We're going back to very much paper-based now. Some call it a micro war game, however you want to call it. But if I may invite you in groups, we have 4 setups here to spread yourself across. While I read out the scenario, I will keep the vignette at the end on the screen to in support of you playing the game. But basically, you are a representative of Tradesiland, a NATO member state, and the country plays a critical role as a transit and logistical hub. It borders Neotonia, which is another NATO member state under direct hybrid aggression in its Kadri region adjacent to the Grey State. The USE Army Division is deploying through your country to support NATO's eastern posture, and this requires a secure corridor from Tradesiland territorial sea border through the point of disembarkation to the Neotonia border. So here's your assignment. It is 2 days before the arrival of this critical deployment to your territorial sea border. There is an alert. There has been a cyber attack which has been detected on the energy grid, which is supporting the transport and transit routes. The attack fails, but it appears to be part of a Grey State reconnaissance before a larger operation. Disinformation is spreading online, falsely claiming the military buildup will cause blackouts and that the government is hiding the truth, and public anxiety around the operation is rising. So as you can imagine, a large-scale transit through your country will also affect public infrastructure and usage of civilian infrastructure. You are part of a Joint Force Command and CIMIC liaison team, and you support civilian stability and help secure infrastructure to enable uninterrupted military movement. So your objectives are listed here. We have a very short time to play a set, so pretty much consider this a teaser. But if you can come to the table, then we'll give you 10 minutes. Yeah.
On either end of the table. Yeah, that's good.
Which side?
Just table a bit this side.
So just to, because if I can have your attention 1 second, as Rudy mentioned in the beginning, and you'll see the notes on your table, you will have activity cards and capability cards. The idea is to consider the effects which are listed on the right of your arrow. I'll put it on the screen. We should all have it in front of you now, so I'll leave the vignette on for people online. And apologies to people online for not being able to participate. Hopefully we can fix this in September. But please be mindful of the effects that you want to reach, so physical, virtual, and cognitive. And it's up to you now to select a capability and a related activity in 3 phases. So again, you're 2 days before deployment of this critical military equipment transit. Good luck. I'll put the timer on. You have 10 minutes.
How many capabilities?
Making me feel quite strong.
Yes, sir.
Is it a capability or an activity?
So you choose an activity, choose a capability, enable. So it's a combination.
Yes.
Whatever you want. So this is.
Say an example, this is what I want to do. It's talking in the past, but me, sorry,
You can do multiple. Okay. If you think that's necessary.
And then when you have
It's possible that several actors have the same capability.
What does IOP stand for?
The international,
Not different sizes.
yeah, so it's for like the national institutions that are
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if that's, you can combine that. I'd say if that's realistic, check that.
So we will have.
For protection first, you know where it's going to fit. So that's, you would start, what kind of capabilities have?
Yeah, that's. You would start by making.
Do you know what we have to go? So
Law enforcement. In more general.
And you need real time to say this.
Scenario where we find ourselves in. I think sharing information is as early as possible.
Yeah.
So now I'm going. My mind is one day, yeah.
I think we might need multiple of these, because in this consultancy, you need to monitor that.
Yeah, we only have two.
I think last writing protection that's one.
So I agree, put it down, put it down.
Oh, they do Well, that's.
In my mind.
Operation.
And also to realize that it's just not physical and it's cognitive impacts.
Yeah.
And vice versa.
Yeah, I was.
So this is
I was actually a working manager before I started.
I'll just keep my time up. We're talking about.
How do we do that?
This is the, they support your that's the question. Also made it before. Yeah.
You would, but if you, but like we, so with on our side, we're not forget that, but all of the. Yeah, I know. How else do you think that's something? I actually think the common person in the organization.
I find
With this thing, the infrastructure. Yeah, if you actually practice.
During
the conference.
Well, obviously that can't be done before. What is it? What is that?
So that is working out. Like it's like what are the vectors that you
So they want to, wait, I think.
early, that's an early one, I would say.
This is the can you consider we're getting the other side of generating that?
These ones you want you want these to be.
Yeah.
No, I'd say you couldn't.
Yeah, and we, I mean, we have,
You have 4
Yeah,
minutes left.
use the,
but that is able to.
before
Staff, so that's why.
you want to be covering.
Already. Not for experts, instead, meant not for.
This is where the really.
You know, what is.
Yeah,
Yes, and what is multi-domain operations and how do you think it affects it?
I have both feedback and the request for help. I think it needs more structure.
What kind of effect, activity?
People that have their part, they're very much planning it up. It's time and way.
Yeah.
And so.
And it's happy with them.
And also, they'll pay, not just really the sort of taxes, just. Whatever. It's in theater, all back them and. And great things, if I want to change this, then I need this capability. Ideally,
No, I like this kind of, let's say, micro games. Whatever, so they
That's why the 7th of September, when we go back, we're gonna sit more time. What's that? Witness put Vegas in there, who had a bit more.
No, kind of like, yes, I'll also be playing a game.
Well, starts at the next one, the day.
Spending on night. So, and so I
They take you to the project. Reality you would want to do.
Sure, okay, cyber communications monitoring, I would say it's okay at minus 2.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, it's been next.
Yeah, you would do a kind of.
A lot of these, like,
$30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Can we ask the plan, please?
One group is done already?
It works out. We have
Do you would mind? Sorry.
Yeah.
Already,
If you wouldn't mind sitting down for one group, Rudy has entered the setup in the LLM to just show you how it can then reflect on decisions taken. So he will give a quick debrief now before questions. And thank you for your participation.
Rudy, oh, maybe first quickly explain what they have.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, would someone from this group, since you're still going, would either of you try to quickly
Yes.
explain to the rest what you've done?
Oh. We can try. Do you want to try?
We can try together.
Yes, okay.
So you mean like explain our decision making?
Yes.
Okay.
So Rudy has already registered your decisions, but it's just for everyone here to understand.
So most of the real-time intelligence we give for the day for cyberspace, land, and law enforcement, national law enforcement. Also on the day, we don't want to involve them before and overpower the rest of country's security. All the capabilities go there before. yeah, assessment, transport, CIMIC training, decoys we put before as well. We share information with the population a day before, but then we do social media influencing and civil broadcasting on the day so that the population is informed when they have talks going on. And then a day before, we build the cyber incident response capability, the SkyOps element, the transport capability for sea and air and land as well. And we move the logistics into place the day before as well. And on the day, we guard and protect critical infrastructure so that our tactical mission can be fulfilled properly.
No, I think that's pretty much it. We did ponder for quite a long time between for example, cyber and national capabilities. There was a little bit of discussion, I guess, going on whether we should cluster them together or put them on different days in terms of preparedness. But yeah, I think it can be.
Thank you so much. I put you on the spot, but thanks so much for the debrief. I'll hand over to Lydia for the
Yes.
LLM component.
Yeah, so this is the experimental part of the project. So what we do is we have a standalone large language model which knows the context of this operation and knows I just input what you have on this game board. And we're asking this game model, what do you see for kind of interactions between these actions? And we're asking, for example, are they antagonistic or potentializing? Are they synergistic? And so what it's saying, let's see what it says. For example, it's saying to me, you share information through civil broadcasting, and you're also using social media, right, to influence capability. And you're also deploying cybersecurity of railways to secure that, well, transportation. And it's telling me, well, that's a very good synergistic activity because you're both protecting your transportation, but you're also using the information landscape to deceive your opponent and steer him away from those possible damaging activities. So that's it's saying it's very good.
It's given us a good mark.
Yes. Well, but I didn't prompt it yet regarding the negative.
Oh, right.
So,
Professor, what was good in this plan?
I think we call it developmental feedback.
Exactly.
Let's see about that. The standalone model is generating. Let's see. Right. Okay, so it's interesting. So there's an information campaign to build public confidence, and that was civil broadcasting, for example.
Yeah.
But it's saying you're also using deception activities such as CD codes. So in one way, you're building confidence, but the deception activities could also undermine the confidence because you're misinforming.
Yeah.
So it's saying that may have a possible negative interaction.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we just want to say that something will happen, be prepared to our population, and then deceiving.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't direct information if it's public. Everybody's receiving it. Adversary and your own population.
Yeah, but then if there is so many different places where that can happen, then adversary cannot plan to attack us. No, that's why decoys exist from days before.
Yeah, so I mean, it will be effective likely for the adversary, but so there could be a native effect, a side effect on your public opinion. So that's what it's saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think this shows very well that how an LLM can add to what you're doing, to ask you questions or give you some advice and make some considerations, which kind of strengthens the plan eventually, because then you can add those to your ideas. Yeah.
Yes.
Whoops. Sorry, what's the underpinning LLM that you're using?
So this is just a general foundation model that we use. So it's not necessarily trained on military data.
Yeah.
So this is what we're experimenting with. We're currently at that level, regular foundational models, but it's going to be really interesting if you take military doctrine and create a custom model. Yes.
Is there any other questions someone would like the LLM about this setup of this campaign? Because there is also, you can prompt yourself as well, saying, well, this is unclear to me. I saw this group also had some questions about how the game is working. Is there a way that you would like to clarify things with LLM in the way you've approached this game? And you can also give a prompt to it if you want.
It is something where you need first to see what is the points you can disrupt, recognize it, then how to mitigate it, then how you can react in a civil military environment, and then you are going to the consequence management. As easy as that, isn't it?
Well, depending on the actor who plays and whether it's a diverse group or whether it's within a service, for instance, you tend to see that people go for usual suspects. So what the LLM does is give you feedback on, did you recognize that there's these interdependencies or potentialities that you could have exploited better? Especially as we can also see in Holland, there's a lot of pressure on defense to grow, and not all capabilities can be embedded within defense anymore. So can we be more creative about how we tackle these
Because we are thinking in the past,
Exactly.
and we are getting more asymmetric threats, and we have to prepare for that.
And we see
that's
that-
also how to assess it.
And we see that many people are trained as thinking from the capabilities.
Yeah.
And it's the other way around. So especially the whole MDO concept, the basic is thinking in effects. And then with these effects, define what activities and then what capabilities. Basically, I mean, we've always said we need to plan an effect, but now with the MDO concept, this has become more important than ever.
Depends, of course, in the phase, because when you are really in a crisis, you have to use what is available.
But still thinking from the effects.
Yeah, and then you can use civilian components, and that is
Yeah.
exactly what you want.
Yeah, I think because of time, we can go to questions. We had some reflection slides, but obviously, again, more time in September, so we can combine it with questions or.
We do have actually one from our online community. Patrick is already online, so correct me if I'm wrong, I will just address the question for him. Is there a way to identify foreign investment from potential hostile actors in the region for a more holistic and cohesive security response?
I mean, this was a very generic scenario, but obviously what we're trying to do is the template can remain the same, but what we change when we play different games, so we change the effects. So there was a description with the physical, virtual, cognitive effects now. We adjust them. So we have a long list of variations of effects, and then basically whoever plays and what their interest is, or if we really want to challenge them and think outside the box, we give them very random ones. But those are options where you can change the scenario to meet those interests. So if someone is interested in foreign investment, you can give them prompts related to the capabilities that we then also adjust that would align with more financial issues. And also we can tailor the scenario. So you can choose either in the setup of the capabilities and the objectives given in the game, or you incorporate it into the scenario to stimulate the thinking about this issue as a factor.
And maybe adding on to that, another thing what we were experimenting with is taking that and using the large language model, not just to generate feedback, but to generate challenges, to generate these scenarios. So ask an AI to generate a challenging scenario for financial matters, for example.
Yeah, I think what you saw in the room as well, because it's a very short game and we don't intend to make it much longer in reality, other stakeholders, is that you allow for discussion to flow. So again, you create the what ifs and the contingencies that you then discuss was supported by the LLM. So not everything that you are interested in might be addressed in the game, and it doesn't exclude it from the session as a whole.
There's maybe a bit of a technical question, but the game as you design it, is it sort of a longer version of this, everybody looking at the same capabilities and activities and then applying them as a result of group discussion? Or do you send people off with their own capabilities and their activities to plan against the timeline and bring them back? And could you? So I'm just thinking like very complex simulations or multi-domain role plays. There's almost, I can see a benefit from separating them out and then using the LLM to look at the interdependencies to alert each individual for
Absolutely.
for their second and third order effect.
We've done playtests where people would be in their role,
Yeah.
have their own capabilities, and so you get the interaction
Yeah.
and the discussions about, hey, that's my domain or not. Yeah, that's a very interesting setup.
Yeah.
But Rudy said in the beginning, there's 5 concepts that resulted from the program, and one of them is the MDO game, which is a much more extensive game, but because that takes a lot of time and a whole staff, and that is more for people that work with MDO. But we thought that there is not a lot of knowledge about MDO, what it is, and how different capabilities relate to one another. That's why we made these like quick games. So this is more for everyone to experience what is MDO, how does it work, how do we relate to one another? And then after you have a bit of more general idea, then you can play the MDO game, which takes up like a day.
Half a day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But just if I may add also I think I won't throw my whole PhD on the floor because no one's waiting for that, but just the level of abstraction and complexity has different learning effects. So the intent of why people play the game and what you want to get out of it, I think there tends to be a notion that abstract games can't teach people as much, but I fully disagree. So I think keeping a game very abstract or making those choices about the design, also whether you split up a group or not, has consequences for what people take away from it. Because sometimes we see MDO is also about cooperating, collaborating within a space. So if you have a chance to play this across services and you have people in one room, I'd rather not split them up because they will speak to each other and learn about how they tend to approach things. So those are design choices to make also in the facilitation that will have an effect on what you get out of it. So I think such an abstract work form really helps to facilitate whatever people intend with the game, what effect they're trying to reach.
I think we have to wrap it up. Yeah. So we'll be back on the next conference.
Contact information.
Yes. Yeah, the contact information is there. You can also find me on LinkedIn if you want to know more in the meantime. But so as said before, the next conference will be back and then we have a bit more time to actually play with people again. So I hope you're enthusiastic and we'll see you later and thank you for your time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So after stretching our leg and getting into the games, we are now jumping to our last but not least presentation for today. It's my pleasure to introduce you to our final contribution from Dr. Timothy Peacock, who is joining us online today. He's a lecturer in history and war studies at the University of Glasgow and the director of the Games and Gaming Lab. His work blends history, war studies, and cutting-edge gaming technologies to explore new approaches to civil-military cooperation. Today, he will discuss how his last project, Hope Age and Imagine Future N, are exploring the role of serious games, VR, and AI in enhancing decision-making, diplomacy, and planning for complex global challenges. So the floor is yours, Professor Peacock, and let's get started.
Many thanks, and certainly in terms of when I originally wrote the title and the abstract, I realize now, compared to these fantastic presentations throughout the day, some of this you may be thinking, oh, you know, what's this? But it's been really insightful and much appreciated. And so what I'm going to talk about today, just very briefly, is from Hope Age to Imagined Future N, a couple of initiatives that we've worked on, and the overarching theme here is history, gaming experimentation, and exploring civil military futures. And if that's just an image of the University of Glasgow, which we are contractually obligated to get in wherever we possibly can in presentations, and a QR code to U of G Games Lab. And if we just go on to the next slide, please, if that's possible. What I'm going to do is briefly talk about the research summary of our work at University of Glasgow, then talk a little about exercise Hope Age 25, something run earlier this year with United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, then a little bit about Imagined Future N, work around nuclear war gaming, serious gaming, and the testing out different technologies in that realm, so VR, AI, and other technologies, and then a brief reflection on the future and the past and present including some of our other projects, Damocles and GameStorm and others. And the image on the right there is part of one of the project teams from a few years ago. And I think we've one of the things that we have greatly appreciated through Gaming Lab has been the diversity of voices that have come to the table in terms of different disciplines and backgrounds. And in the lab itself, we have staff members who range across the arts and humanities, social sciences, science and engineering, medical, veterinary, and life sciences. So from astrophysics to veterinary medicine. And it is not that all of these people are working constantly on games or wargaming, but rather that they take an interest in this in different ways, and that we have been able to, in some cases, bring together unexpected combinations of expertise to try and explore concepts of gaming and wargaming from different angles. And if we go on to the next slide, Yep, and this is it's very difficult to get a true snapshot of what does gaming and research look like at the university. But this is just a handful of snapshots. It can look like so many different things through the gaming lab, whether it is people around a table conducting a more traditional wargaming or sort of a strategic level wargaming, through to seminars, through to workshops, through to virtual reality, through to tabletop gaming. We have our colleagues who, in 2019, ran what at that point was the world's largest tabletop war game, tens of thousands of miniatures recreating the Battle of Waterloo, except with a full set of rule sets. Napoleon very nearly won the day. It was a lot closer than it was historically, and over 100 veterans of more recent conflicts were involved as the players in that. And one of the other images there on the bottom right, somewhat different from wargaming, turning Robert Burns's farm into Minecraft. And that was not a project we were expected to be involved in, but was a most interesting experience. And we found that heritage gaming is something that has become a really increasingly significant part of our work. But while on one level, the entertainment-based or education-based board game, card game, and video gaming is very much a part of our lab and is in some ways very, very separate from wargaming and serious games. On another level, we found that actually bringing these different elements together has been really helpful in exploring from new perspectives, new angles, and that while there are, of course, limitations, there are nonetheless also valuable lessons to be learned through these different forms of approaching games and gaming. And we've worked with different institutions in this. If we move on to the next slide, please. The lab itself has over 300 members across and beyond the university, do everything from running events to experimental and technical projects, sort of trying out different concepts, and have worked with organizations, public, private, non-profit, whether that be the UN, Met Office, St. Giles Cathedral, and those in between. And we explore and or promote potential game-related projects, games very broadly defined, both physical and digital. And my own research in this ranges from my work as a historian and a war studies lecturer in nuclear, space, games, AI, and politics. So absolutely no pressure in the present environment to keep up with developments, through to my wargaming and serious games work, whether that's more traditionally strategically focused, through to gaming research projects that are on the video gaming heritage and other areas aside. And something that for me runs as a constant throughout this is both the impacts of new technologies, be that social, political, and military, and also how we use games in order to learn or to conduct training. And equally within that, thinking critically about how we use history within games. Because sometimes we can take history into games and then find that actually it affects games in unexpected ways with unintended consequences. And I think in the era of the newer technologies being applied to games, that that underlying approach to how we use not only the data, but also the interpretations of history that people take away from gaming is something that we're really interested in. And we're also really fortunate in the facilities that we have access to. The university, we have what in 2019 was at the time the largest virtual reality suite in the UK. I don't know if it still is, but we're still very pleased being able to get access to that on occasion in the midst of other projects. And we very much tie into or connect with research that is going on across the university and beyond in areas from AI and data science through to how virtual reality technologies are being used. And it was really fascinating earlier to hear about the development in virtual reality and wargaming. I know that a couple of the things being worked on at Glasgow, when it comes to the immersion side, one of them is the concept of using air jets in order to substitute for haptic feedback. I think that's still very much early stages, but the idea of being able to touch an object in VR and it's actually there in front of you. And another, which I think will be hopefully of benefit to those who've suffered from motion sickness, is a project to try and alleviate motion sickness in VR. So the user experience and the ergonomics of the technologies is something where we and colleagues are very interested in. But next slide. So for Hope Age, this is something which was a humanitarian operations planning exercise in assertive governance environments. Yeah, acronyms seemed good at the time, but yeah, I think we'll see in future how far that sticks. But this was a request from UN OCHA to use serious gaming to explore preparing for military cooperation and humanitarian operations before a major conflict in countries with robust governance. OCHA were operating from a principle of thinking about what happens if we are working in countries where perhaps we haven't traditionally operated in before, and how do you deal with a situation in which there are countries with a more robust governance or where it isn't quite the same relationship. You've got various added challenges around movements across borders and governments that are much more used to providing certain services for citizens not now being able to. And the second aim from this was testing this form of exercise for potential wider use in staff training and planning for civil-military coordination. And a third aim there, exploring new uses of these games to research and to learn. And so it's very much a case of trying to build something that is as light as possible, but also as capable of being used in the field, but also being as robust, and what options there are then for facilitator training within that. And so the next slide, you see just a brief image or a few images from the, if it just comes up, the joys of technology. We got the next slide. It's thinking. Such is the magnitude of the sort of some of the folk in. Don't worry, it's all part of the experience. Oh, there we go. Excellent. And so it was a combination of people in person and also online from a variety of backgrounds, FCDO, charities, sort of UN, and participating in this setting. And we created a fictionalized setting, which is also displayed on the next slide, an important aim of this was to create a setting which, as far as possible, was plausible, but also completely removed from any real-world context because of the sensitivities involved. And so one of the one of the other things that we were testing through this process, and which we're continuing to test, is how people respond when they are presented with a visualization of data in a map. What are the assumptions that are baked into the process? So it's something that we're going to explore further in the future, how far perceptions are altered when you present this to people. And indeed, I should say to AI as well. One of the things we've looked at increasingly with artificial intelligence is how we can break it, how we can challenge its ability to perceive, what its limits are from a data perspective, from a social engineering perspective, from a gaming perspective. And that's, again, work that is ongoing to identify potential blind spots, be they cognitive or be they technological. And in the next slide, if we... And yeah, and it was, and certainly that particular iteration of the scenario played out. There were various injects and prompts added and reflection afterwards. And we're continuing to look in future both at what can be done with this type of exercise, and also whether we can develop very lightweight software or other tools that can be usable entirely off the grid and customizable for those in the remotest of settings, whatever settings those are, sort of intuitively used. Next slide. The other imagined future N is essentially almost like an umbrella for a series of projects we have related to nuclear. And the image there is from one of the games, Dial N for Nuclear. And we wanted to use serious gaming, war games, to explore nuclear intelligence and diplomacy gaming, but also combining the concepts of mystery and diplomacy. In this particular case, having an unexplained detonation in the ocean with limited information. And the aim was not necessarily for the players to find out what happened, but rather to shape their diplomatic responses and to think critically about what their assumptions are. So they're given a series of red herrings, or what might or might not be red herrings, but also they are tested in terms of how they respond, how they interpret information. We also wanted to explore through this new potential uses of technology and its impacts for such games, not just on the games themselves, but also on the spaces in which we use them. We are very interested in how the very rooms that we are in shape the way in which we approach war games and serious gaming, the very dynamics of space, and whether we can use VR or AI to alter those dynamics. One of the other tests that we've done with Dial N for Nuclear, which is early stages, is the idea of AI as the reliable or unreliable narrator. What happens when you are presented with data that appears to be credible, but there is voices of concern in the room, again, under a timed or crisis settings? How do people best respond or react to that? If we see in the next slide, these tests have varied. We've done a little bit of that in relation to virtual reality. We've also done in the next slide ones that are much more manually based and conventional, whether using maps or whether using settings and people from a variety of backgrounds. And we're hoping to build on this in the future. Next slide. And here are just a handful of images from one of the lightweight prototype apps that we have been developing. And the idea with some of these is that while we can't replace expert facilitation, particularly for some of the more in-between smaller scale exercises, whether there is anything we can do to help those who maybe don't have a gaming background or expert facilitation training to support a lightweight discussion-based sort of exercises at scale. The example image there is from an app we were developing looking at earthquake response resilience, and with charitable organizations having particular resources or personnel and having to allocate materials based on a lightweight messenger system, all of it offline, all of it designed to use a minimal amount of computing or smart device power, and to see what we could potentially do with that. We're also looking at ways in which we can repurpose existing assets, as well as looking into areas of from AI cyber resilience through to environmental disasters. How do you factor in these different calculations? How do you affect people's perceptions? Of course, while on one level looking at this very much from a lower tech or manual perspective, if you look at the next slide, we're also looking at this in sort of wider sort of cyber physical systems resilience. We've got colleagues working in significant CDTs and other sort of centers for doctoral training and other large scale projects, including around sort of connected to some of these initiatives, and particularly around things like energy grid resilience and transport. One of our projects, for example, which isn't directly related to wargaming, is looking around the gamifying of flooding transport resilience, working with ScotRail and Network Rail, the UK's main sort of rail network infrastructure operators, and seeing if there are tools that we can draw from that and incorporate both into civil and military cooperation training. The two images on screen, both of them projects that have been going back for a few years now with us, but which are very much continuing in different forms. One of them is Damocles, which we originally co-created with colleagues who'd done NATO wargaming. That was very much grand strategy wargaming, but has evolved into something of a test bed for looking at how we respond to new technologies and new challenges in the sphere of sort of wargaming at a strategic level. The other, GameStorm, is trying to find ways in which we can use gaming in new forms to tackle global challenges. And one of them, to give an example, is nuclear decommissioning. And we've worked a bit with the UK's Nuclear Decommissioning Authority. There's also solar storm gaming and looking at other black swan events, and how do you design games to respond to the unexpected or sort of system breaking scenarios. But we are always more than happy to engage with folks and to take any questions and further information on the lab's website or on our social media platforms. But otherwise, thank you for listening, and I'm very happy to take any questions you have.
Are there any questions from our audience? Online, maybe. Don't be shy.
Yeah, I think I have a question. So it seems like you're designing it for mobile at the moment, if that is correct. Are you planning to move it to desktop as well for approaching a wider audience? Because you're talking about sort of infrastructure and the wide scope we can use wargaming to sort of facilitate a civil and military preparedness in general. So do you think that you will expand on what type of scenarios you might have? For example, as someone in Sweden, we've had multiple incursions of Russian submarines being very close to the Stockholm archipelago. So that is a surprising event that requires a very strategic response. Do you think that is something you're planning to do in the future?
It's a really good question, and certainly that particular app at the moment is usable both on Android and also on desktop. Though I realize the configuration is, as a prototype, it's certainly needing more work. But we very much would want to make that type of program as accessible as possible in terms of the platforms. I should say that that's one of the one of the assets we've designed, we also have designed games that are entirely manually based, and we've designed digital games which are based very much within web browsers or within existing gaming platforms, albeit some of those are more for the for heritage or for other types of educational market. But it's a really good question, though, and I agree that we definitely want to look more in future as to what we can apply these this software and concepts to.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Timothy, for your presentation. It was very enlightening, and I'm always happy to hear from you. So that leads us basically to the wrap up and closing remarks of the first day. So thank you all for your active participation today, especially the interactive part. As we come now to the end of the first day of acaCIMICs, it's been an exciting journey so far, filled with engaging discussions and thought-provoking presentations and ideas. So just let me go quickly do a wrap up, and then we can close the first day. Today, we had the privilege of diving deep into the innovative world of AI, new technologies and wargaming, and how these areas are reshaping the landscape of CIMIC in particular. We began with our panel discussion this morning, where we emphasized the necessity of bridging the gap between military and academia, and our distinguished panelists shared their insights on how this collaboration is not just beneficial, but absolutely critical for our modern security and community. It's clear that academia and the military must work hand in hand to prepare for the future and create a mutual understanding, some mutual mindset and culture. Then we moved on to the session 1, which was AI and new technology. We explored fascinating developments like AI-driven simulations, which serve as a catalyst for civil-military engagement. We saw potential for large language models that play a key role in strategic wargaming, enabling us to analyze data and predict outcomes in ways that were once unimaginable. Our discussions furthermore also highlighted the effective and responsible use of those models in military settings, especially in terms of enhancing collaboration between military and civilian sectors. The study afterwards that followed was particularly inspiring, showing how no-code AI platforms are empowering both military and civilian organizations to innovate together. Next, in session 2, wargaming, we took a closer look at how simulations and gaming techniques are revolutionizing the way we engage communities in military planning. From innovative perspectives on mapping data, we examined the integration of virtual reality for tabletop war games, and even more, pushing the boundaries of how we simulate operations, potentially. The concept of gamifying CIMIC, particularly in multi-domain operations, really brought light how the whole of society's approach can be enhanced through creative and dynamic simulations. Our exploration of Hope Age and the Imagined Future M helped us better to understand how history, gaming, and experimentation intersect to drive innovation and in civil military strategies. So as we wrap up today's session, I want to thank all of our speakers and participants for sharing their expertise. The depth and relevance of today's content have set a high bar for the rest of the conference.
We're not done yet. This is just the first day. There is another day tomorrow full of presentations, discussions, and we're gonna kick off tomorrow morning with a presentation from Matthew Morganson again, NATO Science and Technology Organization, where he will provide an overview of what does STO does and what are the opportunities in NATO for researchers and for businesses to partner innovation and get ready for the next round of academic sessions tomorrow. We will start with the simulations and exercises academic session, in which we will have the opportunity to go into depth on how different simulations can foster civil military cooperation and common preparedness, as well as exercises. And after the lunch break, again, in the same facility as today, we will get back in room with our final academic presentation session on case studies, in which we will explore how all these theoretical insights actually apply in real case scenarios and what are the lessons that we can get from case studies indeed. And finally, we will have a last roundtable in which we will get into a dialogue, a discussion to connect all the points and the different insights that we listened throughout all these 2 days, and also explore what can be the future pathway for us, for the CCE and all the experts that are here in the room or joining online. So we are really excited also about tomorrow. You are too. I think, yes, I will join Kathleen in thanking all of you for your very interesting and inspiring contributions. And that's it. I will invite Peter again to the stage for some closing remarks.
Standing between you and the icebreakers.
So thank you once again. And with that being said, see you tomorrow.